remember it's not that.
Oops, fucked up the intro. My bad. My bad. What's up, everybody? Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Fuck that intro all up. That's what happens when you take a day off. Everything goes to shit. So Trump's, I think, look, everybody's going to run with this. You either, at this point, you think Trump's guilty or you think Trump didn't do anything and he's being railroaded. I think this is a good sign. He needs to really start opening up and just spilling the beans and telling all of his stories about Epstein that he knows. Because to me, that's a good sign. Because you don't see other people that were friendly with Epstein coming out and talking about it. You don't see Bill Clinton going like, yeah, we went to the island and we just sat down and we played some fucking ping pong and took a swim. Like no one does that. So it's a good sign. At least he's not saying it's a fucking hoax this time. But everybody's running with this as if like Trump was the one giving the women to fucking Epstein. Let's get to the clip. Let's get to it. So Trump is talking about what I think a lot of people already knew. This is not a new detail. You know, Virginia Guffrey, she was taken from Mar-a-Lago by Jeffrey Epstein. She was recruited from Mar-a-Lago by Jeffrey Epstein. And Trump comes out and talks about it. Let's see. Let's play this, man. This is pretty good. I like that he's just opening up and talking about it. He needs to do this more. Let me find the right one. Here we go. And this, we got the video of this. Earlier it was just the audio, but it looks like we got video now of Trump talking about this.
Just a button up on Mar-a-lago.
What's up, everybody? Smash the thumbs up. Hello, hello.
Yeah,
I don't want to say two, or I don't want to say any number you're talking about many years ago, but yeah, he took people, and because he took people, I say, don't do it anymore. You know, they work for me. And he took, beyond that, he took some others. And once he did that, that was the end of him. I didn't like, when they steal people, I don't like it.
Did anybody ever go to prison for a social media post?
Are you saying that that's taking place in the UK?
Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I mean,
This is the full interview, so it's a little broken up, but he gets into more detail about it.
I'm hearing that.
Unless I missed it.
Well, I looked at him yesterday.
We'll find out.
They said they canceled Truth Social.
Because I found this post where it's like, and then they released the whole 30-minute fucking interview on the plane, so I had to jump around to try to find when he's talking about Epstein.
I'll bet it's uncanceled very quickly. I'll bet it's uncanceled. Yeah. No, it's a little different. It's different. I see it in some countries that you would never suspect it. Not only there. I've seen it in other
England
countries
is a shithole
where,
country.
you know, they're like...
By the way, guys, I had some success with my last live stream talking about Tim Pool taking off his beanie. And of course, like every time I have any success on YouTube, they come in and age restricted. It's weird. It's weird. At this point, it's not even a fucking coincidence. So if you're enjoying the show, I have a feeling this one's barely going to get out to anybody since my last one was age restricted. Smash the thumbs up and share it out if you can. Let's try to get beyond this YouTube fucking bullshit.
bread and pudding countries, I think, and then all of a sudden they become somewhat violent. You know, when people go socialistic...
Apparently I made a porno. That's what I did. According to YouTube, it was too sexually gratifying for people, so they had to make it 18 plus, because I guess just looking at my face is... it's sexually gratifying just looking at my face, guys.
When you get the radical left or the left going in, the countries actually become very mean. They become two things, mean and incompetently run simultaneously.
He's looking different. I don't know what it is. He looks a bit different these days.
How is Caroline doing? Is she doing a good job? Look at her. She's such a star. Come on, Caroline. Come here.
I'm profane on every episode, bro. It doesn't make a difference.
Exposed Tim Poolberg's cue ball.
Yeah, I know. That was last episode. I also did a clip of me talking about it, which I thought came out pretty good. People seem to like it. And it was doing really well until they age restricted the live stream and then my whole channel. Like usual, it's weird. They come in, they age restrict a video, and then the whole channel just dies. You go from thousands of views to like 100 views in an hour. It's very weird how that works, dude. YouTube, I don't know what it is with YouTube, but every time I start having success on this platform, maybe they didn't like me talking about Beanie Boy. You know, Tim's their fucking little golden goose. I don't know, dude. But I cuss in every episode. It's not the cussing. It was, it had to have been one of the clips I played. A chick was topless, but it was completely fucking blurred out. And the video I was reacting to that had that on there was YouTube itself. It was on YouTube. The original video that I was reacting to, still not age restricted, but mine got age restricted. It's either that or you know, me playing around with the audience, you know, because they were P Money was like, oh, we'll give you 200 because they gave Tim 200 to take his beanie off. We'll give you 200 to show us your belly, and I was like playing around with it, and I guess they figured I'm doing an OnlyFans now and trying to sell my dick or something, dude. It's not the cussing. I cuss on every episode. Every episode's been fine. Every episode's been monetized except this one. It got up to like it was starting to go over 10,000 views instead of the normal, you know, 4,000, 2 to 4,000. All of a sudden, that was too much. No, it's weird. It's always the ones that start to go off and get some traction, and then they come in and age restricted. It's really weird.
To watch, sir.
But yeah, it was probably. I mean, see, the thing about YouTube's rules is it's so open for interpretation. They can apply it in any way they want. They write their rules very vague on purpose, so that they can fucking apply it when they want to apply it. It's very convenient.
Chloe, do you want to come over? Chloe is she's a great golfer, a great talented golfer. She's probably the most talented golfer other than...
Oh, come on, Trump, you can't do this. You can't, this is not, no, okay, look, no underage women, no pictures with underage women, Trump. This is not going to make it better, bro. At least he's not going to smell her hair, right?
Kai, but
he better not smell her hair.
I think it's about the same, right? Don't you think?
Yeah,
She hits...
Somebody said a super chat. Thank you for the $2. Sorry, I was talking and fucking missed it. But I think I might have reacted. Thank you for the super chat, guys.
the ball long.
If you want to support the channel, I'll get it out of the way now. We'll do it quick. If you want to support the channel, send a super chat. I'll react to your message. Your message will be read on air. And you can become a member. All the information's in the description. Thank you, guys. And smash the thumbs up.
This little girl has a lot of muscle, right?
Yeah.
So, and she wins. She wins every tournament she plays in of her age.
Shut up on weekends.
Yes, very fun.
You love golf, right?
Yes.
But she's a great athlete.
How did the golf course play today? And be
Great.
honest, did anyone in your foursome hit that massive
I'm surprised. Did I miss the Epstein thing, or is it all scattered?
holds the course?
They the place and it's like a certain.
Because I don't care about his
You
golf
really
game.
want to, and it's top of the line. They're really terrible things, and it's the most expensive energy of any. I can't speak anymore, and I think we are having an impact, and they're starting to take a lot of windmills down.
How worried are you on the oil markets?
K could reduce their statistics, and I think we're going to make. I just heard that. That's a weird deal. Those traders that don't have,
He was gonna
Because we have changed inheritance tax.
I'm a big farmer person. There's anyone for saying
I
that.
might have to go to Twitter. To
He's
just
a
pull
bad
up the
guy.
clip.
Khan is his name, I guess.
I thought I had found it in this fucking 30-minute clip, but I guess not. Let me go to Twitter and just pull up the clip of him talking about it, because I don't want to be searching for it for a fucking hour. I think I got it in my bookmarks here. Yeah, we're gonna get into a lot of stuff today. Apparently, the world's coming to an end too, guys. I don't know if you know this. The world is coming to an end. All right, here's the clip.
Mr. President, Epstein has a certain reputation, obviously. But just curious, were some of the workers that were taken from you, were some of them young women?
Some of them.
Were some of them young women?
Well, I don't want to say, but everyone knows the people that were taken, and it was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad. But that story's been pretty.
Yeah, Green Juice, we got tsunamis. I think they're happening right now. We're going to get into that a little later. And we got an asteroid that might hit the moon. Yeah, and a fucking a star that might be an alien spaceship. I don't know. The news is getting crazy lately, dude. The news, it's weird. The end of the world is believable now. Before I'd be like, no, it's all. Now with the way things are going, it seems about time for an asteroid to hit us.
Well out there, and the answer is yes, they were.
Yes, they were young
Yeah.
women
What did they do?
In the spa.
Jobs.
in the spa.
Yeah, people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago. And people were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, gone.
So Virginia Guffrey, she's one of the ones who she had a job at, I think, 15, working at the spa. Now everybody's making that out to be a big deal, like a 15-year-old working at a spa. It's actually not a big deal. It's not like an Asian massage parlor, dude. It's like a really fancy spa where it's mostly women, and they have a lot of times they have teenagers that are handing out towels and working the desk. I don't know, but of course people are going to run with it to be like, oh, Mar-a-Lago, there were, people got to really try to like be honest with what we know, what we don't know. But yeah, let's keep playing this.
And other people would come and complain, this guy is taking people from the spa. I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it, I told them, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want him taking people. And he was fine, and then not too long after that, he did it again, and I said, out of here.
Mr. President, did one of those stolen, persons, that include Virginia Guffrey?
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people, yeah. He stole her.
So yeah, Virginia Guffrey was... I think her father worked at Mar-a-Lago, so he got her a job at Mar-a-Lago. But if we're going to, obviously this is great because this kind of backs up her story, so it gives more credence to her story. Because a lot of people are trying to make it like a, Megyn Kelly, trying to make it like Virginia Guffrey is like fucking lying, and she's I think she might have made some mistakes, she might have like misidentified some people because who knows what was going on, if she was on drugs or, who knows, time goes by, you forget details. But I think this really backs up her story and what she has to say. And she's already said what she's about to say here, and I think we got some more on that. She didn't see Trump doing anything with any underage women. Okay, but let's throw that out the window and just run with, oh, Trump was trafficking women to Epstein from Mar-a-Lago. And, the problem with the TDS people, man, it's like they went away. It's like we had like 6 months of like the woke people, like they went on vacation. Like Trump got elected. We weren't hearing from him much. And now they're back in force, dude. And it's like something about this story. They got all motivated again to be fucking crazy, dude. But yeah, let's see what this is Virginia Guffrey talking about in her own words.
She is a monster. She's worse than Epstein. She did things even worse than Maxwell. Epstein did. She was vicious, she was evil, and she's a woman.
Her lawyers have said Ghislaine Maxwell is not a Jeffrey Epstein, that she has been a victim of media spin.
They're doing their job, but I know that woman. I've known her really well. Put it this way. Epstein was Pinocchio, and she was Geppetto. She was the guy controlling the strings. Jeffrey. Yep, she was.
Well, it's interesting because she's the one who also had the Mossad ties, right? She was the one that was like, her father was an asset or worked for Mossad. I don't know the details. And here is Virginia Guffrey, the most well-known victim, saying that it looked like she was running the show. Interesting. That's interesting.
She was pulling the strings. She had his money. He had her contacts. But Ghislaine was much more conniving and smart than Epstein ever was.
Virginia, how did you meet her and what was her pitch to you?
I'm working at Mar-a-Lago, loving it. I'm working in the spa area.
So she's working at Mar-a-Lago. She's loving it. But the left is going to run with the fucking narrative that, like, Trump was running a fucking underage massage parlor for the elites at Mar-a-Lago. It's very convenient when you only take little snippets of the information that make somebody look bad and ignore everything else. Now, I've said a million times over, Trump looks guilty of something here. But there's so many people that are, Trump deranged, are not approaching this honestly. They already have a narrative they want to run with, whichever one makes Trump look the worst, and they're going to run with it. You need people to be like reasonable with this and look at the facts and admit what you know and don't know. Because there's a lot, unfortunately, we don't know. But again, it looked bad for Trump, especially when it still looks bad, especially when he starts coming out and saying, it's a hoax, guys. It's a hoax. One day it's like, oh, this list, it's so terrible, all the things. And the next day it's a hoax. Stop talking about it. Dumb fucking move. It was probably the dumbest move ever. So now that he's coming out and talking about it and telling his side of the story, I think that's a good idea. Because the more you fucking are tight-lipped about it and you try to make it go away, the worse it is. And eventually you need to just release everything you know. Like, just give us the files at this point. Just give us the files, too. That would make everything a lot easier.
I was reading about anatomy and massage, and And that's when Ghislaine came up to me and said, "Oh my God, you're reading a book about massage." And, you know, long story short, she told me that she knew of a man who was looking for a traveling masseuse. And if he liked me, then I would get educated and I would become a real massage therapist. So yeah, I mean, it was a dream of a lifetime until I got there, and the abuse was immediate.
It has been reported that they would prey on young girls who were vulnerable.
She could smell the vulnerability on the person. I told them a little bit about my past and how I'd been abused. So immediately it was like the Cheshire smile is what I call it. And I asked her, I said, "Why are you having all these girls come in and sleep with your boyfriend?" And she was like, "So I don't have to do it all the time." You know, so she made like a joke out of it.
Why do you think she did it?
She did it to keep Jeffrey happy, for sure. She did it because she loves the control over people. Jeffrey was a sick pedophile, but she was the mastermind.
What would just...
It's crazy. I thought she was a victim. Wasn't she just a victim? Weren't they trying to say she was a victim the other day? I kind of believe Virginia, to be honest. I believe her. She's one of the witnesses, one of the actual women that suffered through this shit. So I believe what she has to say. It's a little strange that Virginia, that fucking Ghislaine, in her opinion, and Virginia's opinion, seemed to be the mastermind behind this shit. Interesting.
What's this look like for you when it comes to Ghislaine Maxwell?
I would like to see Ghislaine stay in jail forever. I'd like her to apologize for what she's done to me and so many others.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they don't pardon her. And this is, I think we got something else here for her. This is her testimony about Epstein and Trump. I'm going to have to get close to this to be able to see it because Twitter does a terrible job on desktop of blowing up these type of documents. Jeffrey Epstein's presence with one another. No. What is the basis for your statement that Donald Trump is a good friend of Jeffrey's? Jeffrey told me that Donald Trump is a good friend of his. But you never observed them together? No. Not that I can actually remember. Not off the top of my head, no. When did Donald Trump flirt with you? He didn't. That's what's inaccurate. This is Virginia Guffrey, okay? Did you ever see Donald Trump at Jeffrey Epstein's home? Not that I can remember. On his island? Not that I can remember. In New Mexico? Not that I can remember. In New York? Not that I can remember. All right, if you could turn to the second page and read through those, let me know if any of these are inaccurate. Just put a check by them and we'll come back. Okay. So yeah, this is, I mean, are we going to believe the fucking victims here? But no, yeah, it's like now the left is running with, oh, she was a young girl working at Mar-a-Lago being abused and then trafficked to Epstein. By her own words, she loved working at Mar-a-Lago. It was a great job. And the mistake that she made, and the mistake Trump made, was allowing this predator to be around there, to hang around. And it's...
Wilford Brimley super chatted $2. Pretty sure Epstein is on the pink trip files.
Yeah, there are no pink trip files yet, bro. No pink trip files. The pink trip files would be pretty boring. So yeah, dude, it's not saying Trump is innocent of doing some fucking dirty shit, but the evidence is not enough at this point. But yeah, people will run with it and just claim, yeah, everything's Trump, of course, did it. It's all Trump. It's all Trump. I mean, the Democrats are like having a field day, dude, trying to make this all about Trump and just ignore everybody else involved. Everybody that went to the island, ignore that. Just focus on Trump. And it's, it's not surprising that two people that were super wealthy, who traveled in the same circles in Palm Beach, got to know each other. It's just, yeah, it sucks. It sucks that Trump had to have such a terrible fucking response to all this shit. Because it's still the thing that makes Trump look the worst, that makes him look the most guilty, is his own behavior around the files. It's his own, like, oh, it's a hoax, guys. Oh, there's nothing to see here. There's nothing, like, that is what makes him look so guilty. So if he comes out and starts spilling the beans, and he has an epiphany that, like, hey, actually we have to give transparency or people are just going to assume I'm a pedophile, that's a good sign. So hopefully at some point they do release the files. Hopefully. We'll see. And thank you for the super chat, brother. Yeah, so this is they had an 8.7 earthquake in Russia, dude. This is the moment the earthquake was picked up on. Supposedly, like, there's tsunamis hitting in Russia right now. There's tsunami alerts for Japan, the Hawaiian coast. It's crazy, guys.
Рабочий процесс идет.
Why do Russians always have such deep accents, dude? What's up with Russians that they always sound like I feel like if I talk Russian, my voice would be so much deeper if I just talk like Russian. What is that? Why is it like our American accents? We go up and we sound so bitch-made, and then these Russians are like, oh, I'm Russian. I need to just talk like I'm Russian so my voice can sound deeper. So yeah. Alright, so we can start at the beginning. And then, yeah, here's some videos of the earthquake. I mean, some of these are fucking insane, dude.
Господи, боже мой!
Yeah, get under the desk. Oh, she doesn't have a desk. At this point, it'd be nice to have a desk. Dude, I've never been in an earthquake. I imagine it must be fucking terrifying. That's probably got to be one of the most that and like a tornado. Pretty terrifying. Some more videos of the earthquake. I mean, these aren't even as bad as one I got coming up. The fuck is this guy? Is he out here ice fishing or some shit? What is this guy up to? Yeah, so that was not even that bad. I wonder how long before the conspiracy theories come out. Like, oh, this was an American attack. They triggered the earthquake. This was a man-made earthquake to attack Russia. Like, what do you do in this situation? I always thought in my head, like, if I was in a building and an earthquake went off, I would try to run out of the building into, like, an open field, right? Wouldn't you want to be outside in, like, an open field? Wouldn't that be the best place to be? Unless the earthquake's so bad it splits the earth and then you just fall into the earth. That's terrifying, huh? Well, you're gonna have to do some cleaning. So yeah, a video shows the tsunami already reached Petropavlovsk, Kamchatka, Russia, following the massive earthquake. I haven't seen a lot of these. I bookmarked them, but I didn't have time to watch them. So, let's see what goes on here. I had to look for some updates too, because right before I was going on, like, I think there were parts of Hawaii that were getting hit too. Oh yeah, that's a tsunami, all right. Let's see. We got some more. After a magnitude 8 earthquake near Kamchatka a few minutes ago, the entire North Pacific is vibrating. So this is I guess the fault line. Like that's fucking huge, dude. Insane, man. I gotta look up the latest on. Oh yeah, this is the one I saw earlier. This one is like pretty terrifying. At least she's got a desk to go under. You really need something to hide under. Jesus Christ! It's almost like this whole thing was in the back of a van that was driving 100 miles an hour and just took a like real sharp turn to the right. Insane. Right turn. Damn, dude. Yeah, get under the desk. Get under the desk. This one is insane, dude. It looks like this whole building's about to go down. Yeah, it looks like she made it. Let's watch that again. That's the way it just shoots to the left like that. It's fucking insane.
Wilford Brimley super chatted $2. Opinions on the Jimmy Dore plane incident?
Has there been updates on that? I talked about that when it happened. I mean, I don't know what to say. It's happening a lot. There's a lot of traffic in the skies, and Jimmy Dore, in case you guys don't know, he was on a plane heading from Vegas to Burbank, and I think they were like on the approach to land, and it had to take evasive maneuvers and like dive straight down to avoid hitting another jet in the air, or I don't know if it was a jet or small plane. And it was so bad that people didn't have their seatbelts on. They like flew and hit their heads on the ceiling. And our boy Jimmy Dore was on that plane, and they survived. They made it to the ground, but it was a pretty scary situation. Has there been any more updates on that, or is that we still talking about just the original? I don't know. I haven't heard anything else about that. If there's any updates on it, I can look. So yeah, dude, earthquakes are terrifying, bro. That's some terrifying shit. Tsunami now verified by buoys, Hawaii. On very high alert. Tsunami has been confirmed via ocean buoys. This is no longer theoretical, but an active tsunami propagating across the Pacific. Fox, the tsunami has been confirmed. We do have confirmation that there's a tsunami that's occurring right now. It's out over water. All of Hawaii right now needs to be on very high alert. This is a level up. This is a higher risk right now than we have along the West Coast. I mean, even California, there's like alerts to like there could be tsunamis hitting California. I gotta look. I mean, this is shit I was looking at like 30 minutes ago before I went live. So there might be some new places that got hit. Key point: tsunami waves confirmed by buoy detection. Size of waves not yet determined. Hawaii at higher risk than U.S. West Coast. Magnitude 8.7 earthquake virtually guaranteed tsunami generation. Hawaiian residents. This confirmation elevates the threat level significantly. Prepare for evacuation now. Do not wait for upgrade to warning. Expected arrival 7:17 p.m. Hawaii time. Okay, so I'm going to look for some updates on this. Let me see. Let's see what we got. Tsunami. Tsunami warning. Let's see what else is here. Hopefully nobody's posting any terrible stuff. Massive earthquake triggers a tsunami taking thousands of lives in seconds. But I mean, is this even? Here's the problem with like shit like this that's happening real time, is that people will repost old videos of like other events and then claim this is what just happened. I don't know. So I don't know. Take this with a grain of salt. This could be just an old video reposted. Yeah. You might want to get on that boat. You might want to get on the boat. Is that the best chance at this point? Just jump in the boat and hope that it stays above water. It doesn't get destroyed. Yeah, I don't know. But oh, Jesus. I mean, what else are you going to do at that point? Jump in the boat and hope it fucking stays above water, dude. I don't know. Are you going to run from a tsunami? Are you going to make it running from a tsunami? Well, it looks like this guy might make it. He definitely doesn't care about filming anymore. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that could be an old video. This is the problem with this type of stuff. I see multiple people posting it. Breaking. Everybody better listen. You have mere hours to get to significantly higher ground. We haven't seen anything like this in over a decade. Tsunami sirens are welling. This is the warning. Don't ignore it. Fox News alert.
Right, this is a Fox News alert. A massive 8.7 magnitude.
Doesn't that suck if the last thing you watch before you die is Sean Hannity? You watch this and then you get killed by a tsunami. What a way to go. I know if I die, the last thing I want to be, the last thing I see is Sean Hannity.
Earthquake off the coast of Russia has now issued.
Did the boat get wrecked? I mean, yeah, you're probably right. But what other choice do you have? Like, if you can't outrun it, I mean, get on the boat. Who the fuck knows, dude? Maybe it survives.
Tsunami advisories and watches, including Japan, Hawaii, the entire west coast of the U.S. This could be one of the top 10 earthquakes ever recorded. Joining us now from Fox Weather is Steve Bender is with us. Steve, 8.7. That puts it in the top 10. That means these tsunami warnings and advisories are very real.
Sean, this is massive. And you had just mentioned Japan's impacted by this. The U.S. Embassy in Tokyo has already been told evacuate and get to higher ground. And this was just off the coast of Russia, as you had mentioned, only 8 miles from the coast of Kamchatka, Russia. And so we've already seen on social media the waves that are pushing in towards Russia. For Japan, they're expecting 9-foot waves to impact the islands. As we look at the Aleutian Islands there, south of Alaska and the peninsula, tsunami warnings for the western edge of that because of the proximity to the earthquake. We get down into Hawaii. They are also in a tsunami warning. This has been a confirmed wave that is moving in, likely to make impact just after 7:15 local time.
Well, that was like, I mean, that's they're West Coast, right? So that was over 15 minutes ago. I wonder.
The Oahu Emergency Management said this is what you got to do. You got to get to at least a 10-story building and get to 4 floors or above that. So people,
you got to get above the 4th floor. That's insane. I guess that's like to be extra safe, because if you think it's going to be 2 floors, just go to the 4th floor. Or is the 4th floor like the bare minimum? Oh, dude.
People are seeking.
Pray for Hawaii, man, and all these other places, because these tsunamis are devastating, dude.
Higher ground right now. You look at the west coast of the lower 48. Everyone is under a tsunami watch right now for the Pacific Northwest. Washington and Oregon, arrival time 11.
If you live in these places, you know, what are you doing watching this show? You better be watching this on your phone on the 5th floor of some building, okay? Get off your ass and go to safety, because this is not a joke. You know, nothing might not happen, but if it fucking does, yeah, go get to higher ground, right? If you're listening to this, go get to higher ground right now. And if you live because of me, send me a super chat tomorrow, okay?
40 p.m. local time for that
Seriously,
initial wave.
This is not a joke.
Down towards Northern California, San Francisco, and those areas around the Bay. About 12:30, midnight, that's when you're looking at that potential wave. And then Southern California right after 1 a.m. So,
you know, my dad used to always tell me that California was going to go underwater. Maybe this is when it's going to happen. He always said Florida and California are going underwater. And I'm like, I mean, come on. But I don't know, man. If this shit hits. Ooh.
So when we're looking at this, it is expecting flooding along those coastal areas. You got to gain elevation for spots like California. It is a steep slope, but other areas are vulnerable. Also, I do want to mention, Sean, we have Guam, of course, a massive military base. They are also in this as well with a warning. So major concern, aftershocks just coming in at 6.8 and 6.3. So the magnitudes, even on the aftershocks, are massive. As you had said right off the top, this could be a top 10 strength ever. This is preliminary right now at 8.7. But either way, if you're under an advisory, a watch, or a warning, it is important that you are getting to higher ground, because you're not going to see it. This is coming in overnight, and that wave energy is going to slam the coast. So right now, Sean, we're efforting to get some gas.
But midnight tonight is when it's supposed to hit California. Did I read that right? Did I hear that right? So you got time. You got time. Go get to higher ground, especially if your ass is right on the coast.
I talked with the state seismologist out of Alaska just earlier this month when they had large earthquakes. He said this is the most active region in the entire world. And now we're seeing this major earthquake unfold. 2 a.m. local time off the coast of Russia, and the ripple effects continue on in the hours ahead.
All right, Steve, let me be very clear. If you're watching the show tonight and you're in Alaska, if you're in California, if you're in Guam, maybe you're watching from Japan, I would tell everybody they better be listening and they better be paying attention.
I said it first, Hannity. I said it first. So if you guys, if you do get to higher ground and you survive, don't thank Hannity. You thank me, okay? Get to fucking higher ground, guys.
You have mere hours to get to significantly higher ground. Fair statement?
Fair statement, especially when you're mentioning Japan. I mean, when we talk about the strength of this one, the last time we had seen anything at an 8.7 or...
Are you, Teodot, if you're in that red zone that they just showed, then yeah, that's bad. you want to get to higher ground pretty quick.
Greater was back in Japan.
I think you got some time. I think they said midnight. So, I mean, I guess it's going to take a while. And like somebody said in the chat earlier, the tsunami could get even bigger by the time midnight comes.
Japan in 2011. So we haven't seen anything like this in over a decade. And as you had mentioned, this is coming in overnight. You're not going to see that wave energy, that water coming in. Get to higher ground and lead to the warnings. Listen to them and start moving now.
Someone says, no, I don't want to. I mean, it's up to you, Ethan Pill, what you want to do, you know. I remember when I was younger, had Hurricane Alvin. I was a baby, but my dad tells this story all the time. Hurricane Alvin, or Allen, actually, Hurricane Allen, I think it was in 82. I was a baby, hit Corpus. And they evacuated everybody from the coast, but like this one guy refused to leave. He was in the second floor of a hotel building, some shitty hotel on the second floor. And yeah, he died. They, being on the second floor wasn't enough. He got fucking drowned by the hurricane. So yeah, if you want to live, take this shit seriously. And what sucks is that there's so many times that they're false alarms, so people stop listening. Like you get those fucking alerts all the time. Like CPS Energy is like anytime it rains, there's like they give the biggest warning ever, and it's just like a little fucking drizzle. So it's like the boy who cried wolf. But you have to listen because you just never know, man. We just saw what happened in Texas. We saw a fucking once in a lifetime flood. So shit like this happens, man. So be safe. And if you're in this area, take it seriously.
And people, if you're in areas where you might be impacted by this.
I think it was in 82. I can't remember if it was Hurricane Alvin or Allen. I forget. But it was in 82. And my dad used to tell me that story all the time. Yeah, the dumbass. Because I think he would drink with the guy. He knew the guy. And the guy just refused to evacuate, And and he died.
Call your friends, call your relatives, or if you have relatives in these areas, call them now. Make them aware of what the threat is. If they happen to be in these coastal areas, make sure they get to higher ground as quickly as possible. Steve Bender, Fox Weather. Thank you, sir.
See what the latest is on this. Let me see. See what we can find.
To evacuate and will remain open until an all clear is sounded, and that obviously hasn't happened yet. We're still under a tsunami warning.
What we're seeing right now is the transportation response to all of this, right? Because you have so much time before the first anticipated arrival, these are the types of updates you're seeing. So Kolekole Pass is open back up. We just got this notification that the Hilo Airport is closed as of 3:30 p.m. No commercial flights in or out. So once again, the Hilo Airport has been closed, is anticipating, what we're going to be seeing from this wave. And then also, we saw that shot earlier from Waikiki. Those still on the beach, here's an update in regard to Waikiki. International Marketplace will be closed for the remainder of the day
Olive Super
out of an
chatted
abundance of caution for the safety
We literally
of
had
tenants.
like 3 or 4 tsunami alerts here in California last year. Nothing happened. Hard to take this seriously, TBH.
I feel you. That's why a lot of people don't take it seriously, because they're like overly cautious with the alerts. But you kind of have to, because just because it didn't happen
Wilfred
4 or 5 times doesn't mean the 6th time it will.
$2. Deep State are engineering the adverse weather.
Yeah, Wilfred. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of conspiracies about that, dude. There's going to be a lot of them. Yeah, earthquakes are a thing. You don't need the government to make them happen. They will happen all on their own. But is it out of the realm of possibility that they might have some technology to trigger earthquakes? I mean, who the fuck knows, dude? Who the fuck knows? But yeah, thank you for the super chats, guys. Let's see what they're saying here.
Employees and guests. Listening to the audio on your
somehow,
phone, listening to our newscast. Thank you for joining us. But you are not alone in the traffic right now. We are seeing traffic heading out to the windward coast, heading out to the leeward coast. The opening of Kolekole Pass should alleviate that. There's traffic around town on the freeway.
This is Hawaii, specifically.
People are heading out to their evacuation sites or stocking up on supplies.
Also, we've been hearing from the Coast Guard about vessels at sea. Obviously, we are an island state and surrounded by the Pacific Ocean, and the tsunami will be coming in. The Coast Guard has been telling vessel owners to get their vessels out to sea and follow those procedures. We have some video of one of those boaters preparing at the Alawai Small Boat.
Let's see what the latest is on this shit.
I'm gonna get prepared in case I have to pitch it and take it into higher ground.
I don't know what this means, but somebody's saying bad news that it's a mega thrust quake movement. A mega thrust quake movement. I don't know what that means, but it sounds bad.
Just gonna untie it, get everything ready, hooked up. So all I gotta do is hitch up and throw it away.
What do your other buddies out here have to do?
They gotta go out. They have to, unless they're gonna ride the storm, they're gonna have to.
Here's a tsunami simulator, shows the potential waves that could reach the U.S. West Coast. And that's the thing, like the longer they go, like the more power they can build, right? The bigger they get. Yeah, so this is California. Looks like South America might be getting it looks like it's all just going like, I mean, yeah, it's hitting California, but it looks like the heart of it is gonna fucking hit South America pretty fucking hard, dude. Yeah. Wow.
Go out.
Let's hope it's a false alarm.
Which is to be expected. This is something that turned into a warning just
everybody trying to get the fuck out of there, dude.
Moments before an expected rush hour. Right, Ben? So you have all these people on the roads right now. DLNR is going throughout the coastlines, clearing people out, telling people to leave the area. You have many employees who are in the downtown business district or throughout Honolulu heading to the roads right now. So a high view. Traffic is just horrible right now. Please be patient. But this is a matter of not panicking, but be prepared. There is time. So 7:10 is the expected arrival of the first wave following an
7:10. Okay, so I'm guessing they're 3 hours behind. So we're talking about essentially 27 minutes.
8.8.
27 minutes is not a lot of time, especially when you get stuck in fucking traffic, dude.
Quake in the far east region of Russia. And this is also what you see typically in these types of moments, right, Ben?
A lot of people getting their water over at Costco. At last check, I don't know, there might still be some, but people are getting their supplies. This is not like a hurricane, but at the same time, there is still the possibility that maybe infrastructure could be affected because some of the coastlines have.
Check this out. Breaking tsunami sirens are now blasting across Hawaii after warnings were issued. Thousands are evacuating to higher ground as waves between 3 to 12 feet above tide level are possible. The USGS has just upgraded the Pacific earthquake to a massive magnitude 8.8. Oh, so if 8.7 wasn't bad enough, now it's an 8.8. Yeah, if you hear this siren going off, you gotta head to higher ground. You can't fuck around with tsunamis, dude. You cannot fuck around with tsunamis. That's a terrifying sound, to be honest. I don't like it. It's always like the water's
super chatted $5. I believe there is a suspected secret facility in Alaska that can cause earthquakes. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, dude, anything's open. I can believe anything at this point, man. This is how crazy the world's gotten. It's like we skipped the normal like sane timelines and we got like transported into like a crazy fucking timeline. I think it happened when the first Trump attempted assassination in Pennsylvania. I think that put us onto a new crazy fucking timeline, or at least me individually, and you guys are obviously here with me. So I don't know, man. I don't know. The multiverse, we might be skipping around to different crazy, because it's the world just seems so different these days, man. It really is. It does feel like we're living in a different fucking world lately. So yeah, again, if you hear this, thank you for the super chat, brother. If you hear this, get up to above the 4th floor. They said, right? So that's pretty high, dude. Think about that. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is how high the fucking. Where they said, get on the 4th floor, so 3 floors. This is how high the water could be. That's going to be fucking terrible, dude. Let's hope this is a false alarm. We got something else here. This is the worst, dude. Imagine, like, you have minutes before you die, and you have to get out of an area, and this is what you run into. At this point, you would wish you had a fucking bike. A bike would probably work better. Well, okay, it's moving. At least it's moving. 10 feet, 10 feet every 10 minutes. There's people trying to get out of fucking Hawaii, dude. That looks like fun. That's the way you want to spend your Tuesday night, right? Little extra traffic. Imagine that, right? You fought all this traffic to get to work, and then you fought all this traffic to get home, and you finally get home, and then tsunami warning, you gotta go, and then now you're back in traffic for the rest of the night. Wonderful, brother. Wonderful. Let's see what they're saying here.
Possibly some coastal flooding coming our way, coinciding with the high tide. So the high tide is peaking at 7:03, expecting the first wave to come our way at about 7:10, and it is coming in at 1.52 with that.
Bro, I saw this video on Twitter the other day, or I think it was earlier today, and it showed like all the hot female news anchors from all the other countries. It's like every other country gets the hottest news anchors. And then it seems like we don't want to do that. Why do we not want to get hot fucking news anchors, dude? You know what I'm talking about? Like the Brazil ones with the giant asses and shit. It's like, we need to start adopting that trend.
High tide. So on top of that, we're getting that tsunami energy coming our way. So for the first wave of energy, expected it to fall maybe at 0.1 to 0.3 and potentially could get up to 1 to 2 meters. It highly depends on how fast it travels over open waters and unpredictable with those strong currents like we're talking about. So a lot of moving parts, a lot happening, and we're getting closer to that 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock hour. So definitely prepare calmly, but I have to say, guys, it's amazing to see the city, county, and all the residents come together in a fashion that has been fairly calm despite the chaotic news of the tsunami coming our way.
Thanks very much, Jen. We are, of course, trying to cut through the chaos and give you some calm, cool, and collected information.
Well, we'll be on the air when this thing's supposed to hit, so we'll see what fucking happens, dude.
A lot of people.
Let's see if there's anything else worth watching here.
At once. It's not their fault, but it's because the tsunami warning came down and then everybody started leaving at once. Case in point, Almoada Center, of course, the stores started closing there, and we did see a big traffic backup coming out of the parking lot. I think we've got a little bit of video of that. You can see traffic. Still.
This is happening in parking structures all
God,
throughout the city.
that gives
right
me
now,
anxiety, dude.
The state, as everyone was leaving at the same time.
At this point, yeah.
We're also receiving some new information.
A motorcycle would come in fucking handy, or one of those like electric bikes that goes really fast. And you just zip in and out. Cause, dude, you can't even leave. It's just nothing but a fucking sea of vehicles in front of you. Here's breaking. A tsunami watch has been issued for the entire West Coast. By the way, this is now a warning. It's been upgraded to a warning. So you can see the map here. This is, I mean, if you're in this area, you are in a tsunami warning right now. FYI. So you might want to look at whatever the local alerts are saying and fucking pay attention. This is currently listed as the strongest earthquake in the world since 2011. Heed warning, tsunamis are no joke. This has been upgraded to a warning. I think in Hawaii it's been upgraded to a warning. I don't know if this whole area has been upgraded to a warning, but just so you know, this is all the potential areas that, you know, you have to worry about this fucking tsunami. Okay, so if you're in this area, pay attention. Listen to me on your phone as you're moving to a safe area, okay? How about that? That sounds like fun, right? Sounds like a lot of fun. Oh, shit, dude. It's like if the world wasn't crazy enough. Now we got to deal with fucking tsunamis.
You have traffic, and you know this is also an area too where, you know, much like the Leeward Coast, a lot of high degree of concern among residents here to make sure that you have an evacuation plan and you have something in place. You have somewhere.
Well, Olive, look, if you're in that area that I just showed, yeah, you definitely need to take it seriously. It could be a nothing burger, but if it's, I mean, say you do take some time out of your day, you go to higher ground, and it ends up being a nothing burger, that sucks. But then if it ends up being a big deal and you're not on higher, I mean, you know what I'm saying? So it would be smart to take it seriously at this point.
Brimley super chatted $2. The pink trip earthquake will be a 10.0.
They're going to name an earthquake after me? Jesus Christ, dude. What would happen in my timeline that they would name an earthquake after me? That'd be bad.
Miko super chatted $1.99. Make Jackie Donardo great again.
Alrighty, MMAKO. I don't know who the fuck Jackie Donardo is, bro. So I got to look that up. Thank you for the $2. All right, let's see what the latest is. We'll get to some other stuff here in a second. I just want to see what the latest is on this.
You're subject to arrest. Also, Kekaha, Kauai. We have video from that area of the traffic backup along the highway. So there are a lot of people trying to move away, to move to safety, moving to higher ground, or at least maybe get home if they're one of those.
Well, everybody's pissed off at Oprah again.
Green Juice Incorporated super chatted $6.66. Your live is more informative than any news station. I'll be here when it hits Hawaii at 12:17 a.m.
Thank you, Green Juice. You're not in Hawaii, right? You're in Florida. I think Florida's okay. I don't know. I don't know if Florida's okay. You need to look that up. But yeah, I'm doing what I can. This is what we do. We talk about whatever the fuck's going on, and right now, a tsunami's fucking going on. So yeah, everybody's mad at Oprah again. Oprah's the locals in Hawaii do not like Oprah. Oprah has not opened her private road from Wali to Kula, Hawaii. Sorry, I don't know how to say those fucking cities, which would allow coastal folks to reach higher ground quickly. Locals tell me, open the road, Oprah. So Oprah's got this private road that people could be using to evacuate, but it's closed and she still hasn't opened it. What the fuck is your problem, Oprah? Roads on Maui are gridlocked as people try to escape the incoming tsunami. I'm stuck with my children in the truck with sirens going off. Maui resident Shelby Hosanna tells me. If Oprah's road was open, I could have a way to get out. Instead, we will just hope and pray the first wave estimates are correct and we still have time to get to higher ground. What the fuck are you doing, Oprah? Yeah, at this point, at this point, you should just allow people to drive off-road, dude. Like, if it's this much of an emergency, who gives a fuck about the rules of the road, right? Like, every fucking possible way of getting out should be allowed to be driven. I don't know. If it's a real emergency and lives are at stake, yeah, fuck it. Drive on the grass. So yeah, everybody's mad at Oprah again. She's always pissing off the locals.
Workers commuting around that area can be difficult at times, but that is a look at Alawai Boulevard. You're seeing a statewide response to this.
Again, if you're in this area,
all of Hawaii is
FYI,
currently
you're under a tsunami watch or warning. Look up your local reports.
8.8 magnitude earthquake. Tsunami has already been seen in parts of Russia and Japan. I am told that we have an interview with Kauai's mayor, Derek Kawakami, talking about the county's response. I will be informed when that is ready to go. But we're getting in touch with city leaders. Earlier, we heard from Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi, Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda. Let's go back out to Waikiki right now. I believe this is a live shot. What we saw earlier this afternoon were state officers patrolling the coastline, telling beachgoers to please vacate the area. There are still some on the beach, but it looks much better than what it was about an hour and a half ago when you saw many still in the water. I think also some of the hotels and the businesses.
There are still people on the beach. This is so dumb. You got a bunch of influencers like going to the beach because they want to film the tsunami as it comes in. That's a good idea, guys. It's actually not a good idea. Sometimes I can't do sarcasm.
Chatted $1.33. Epstein files? Damn, release the tsunamis. LOL.
You could be right, dude. This could be all to cover up the Epstein files. But yeah, of course, you got people still on the beach. This was just posted fucking not too long ago. Oop. I hate that when it doesn't save where I was at. See if I can find it again. Of course. All right, let me try this again. Was it this one? Yeah, oh, sorry. It's this one. Let me move this back here so I can search. And because you got to worry about fucking Twitter, man. You can't just search Twitter on the air because you don't know what crazy shit you're going to get. Can we move this fucking tab over here? Is that there we go. Okay. Yeah, so people still on the beach. This was posted literally 2 minutes ago. Seems like a good idea. Yeah, let's go for a swim right before the tsunami hits. I hope you get a lot of views, guy. So yeah, get away from the water. Don't be a retard. Get away from the water.
In the next 90 minutes.
All right. I believe our connection dropped off. Great question. We'll get to it and we'll relay it. Okay, we have Mayor back online. So what was that, Ben?
Yeah, I think, Mayor, I don't know if you heard the question, but...
here's an update, guys. There are no threat for tsunami impacts in North Dakota. Just so you know, if you're in North Dakota, you're fine, okay? No shit.
About 90 minutes, at most, I will say, to be safe. What should people be doing, Kauai residents be doing in those 90 minutes?
They should be getting to higher ground. Material items are replaceable. Right now, if you don't need to be on the road, you should absolutely not be on the road. You should be seeking higher ground, and people need to stay calm. Right now, there's a sense of almost panic. The worst thing that could happen is causing an accident when...
Apparently, the tsunami's already hitting Japan. First waves hit Japan as U.S. widens tsunami warnings after magnitude 8.8 earthquake.
We're trying to evacuate people that are in dangerous areas. And so what people should be doing is staying safe. If they're already safe, try to stay there. And stay tuned. Our best information for Kauai residents is kauai.gov/Kima, or our county Facebook page is being updated regularly.
And I think, Mayor, also because there are a lot of coastal areas, because Mount Waialeale basically keeps people from going in or building in.
All right, let's catch up with some of the other shit I wanted to talk about. Where did I leave off here? Yeah, so this is the asteroid that they say has a potential to hit the moon in 2032, causing a huge problem. Obviously, it's supposed to be 5 megatons of energy. If it hits, it could unleash 5 megatons of energy, blast lunar debris into space, and cause a meteor storm of moon rocks on Earth. Nothing sure yet. Space is wild. So yeah, this was one that they thought had a possibility of hitting the Earth. Now they're saying it's not going to hit the Earth, but it could hit the moon. Yeah, if we don't, if the tsunami doesn't take us out tonight, we got a good 7 years, and then the asteroids will take us out. The end of the world's coming, boys. It sure seems like it. Seems like the end of the world is coming. Let's see this one.
And a large asteroid that once appeared to be on a potential collision course with the Earth could now hit the moon instead. The asteroid, named 2024 YR4, could slam into the moon in the late 2032 year. The building-sized object could impact astronauts and infrastructure on the lunar surface at the time. Researchers are studying the possible effects and looking into potential mitigation efforts. And a large...
Let's hope that doesn't happen. That's the next thing to worry about. Fucking... We need our moon, man. Our moon is very important, and it's not made of cheese. And Joe, this is a clip from Joe. We'll play this while I see what the latest on the tsunami is. But yeah, this is the one where there's like this weird object. They think it might be a spaceship or some shit. I don't know. Let's see what Joe's got to say about it. Joe's the best guy to cover this kind of shit.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Do you hear about that fucking object that's hurtling towards Earth at like 130,000 miles an hour?
No, that might solve all our problems.
Some intergalactic object that's hurt. There's this guy, Avi Loeb. He's a professor at Harvard that believes it might be an alien probe.
Wow.
And he was talking about the odds of this thing being in the trajectory that it is, entering into our solar system in a direct path with Earth. The odds.
So yeah, if we don't get the tsunami, if we don't get the moon blown up, we might just get aliens.
Are extremely low. And at the place where it's doing it, it's when the Earth is the opposite side of the sun, so it's coming from behind the sun. And it's so it makes it difficult to detect. And that this object is in a direct line to come to Earth in 2027.
Do they have a trajectory of where it's going to land?
I don't think they totally know that yet. I think they're trying to calculate whether or not...
Okay, as 58 minutes ago, Homeland Security says there's a tsunami warning in effect for Hawaii. So right now it's a warning in Hawaii. There's also a tsunami watch for Alaska and the west coast of the United States. Find high ground and stay safe.
It's actually going to hit Earth or come near Earth or pass by Earth or what it, what it is.
Like why do they think it's an alien satellite or whatever?
Well, there's this guy, Avi Loeb, this professor that I'm discussing. He also had an analysis of another object that passed by Earth a few years back that they named, and they said that this thing had a very bizarre...
X is really frustrating, dude. Like, there's so many things that they can improve about X that they just haven't done. Like, right, you want to search this fucking tsunami tag so you can see what's going on with the tsunami. You have two options. You can do top, which is usually all the good shit's going to be in top. And then you have latest. Why can't I do top, right? So I can get all the, like, the bigger posts and not... Because when you go to latest, it's going to be just... You're going to have to go through 100 fucking posts that just are meaningless. Why can't I do top, but also sorted by latest? I want the top, but by order of which one, X needs a complete fucking redesign, dude. It's so good, but it's so terrible at the same time.
Bizarre, metallic sort of a look to it that he did not think, based on the shape of it and the way it was traveling, that it was natural. So he thought that that could have been some sort of an alien craft as well. I don't know.
Okay, so this is the West Coast. This is when you need to be prepared. Okay, so Seaside, Oregon, 11:55 p.m. Pacific time for Seaside, Oregon. Monterey, California, 12:15 a.m. Pacific time. San Francisco, 12:40 a.m. Pacific time. Los Angeles, 1:05 a.m. Pacific time. Oceanside, California, 1:15 a.m. Pacific time. That's a bad time to have something like this happen because there's going to be so many people that are going to be asleep. That's like with the Texas floods. Like, it was the worst time for it to happen because everybody was fucking asleep.
Too fun. It's too fun.
But as it gets closer, we could probably decipher.
Scientists give chilling update on mysterious interstellar object racing through our solar system as they warn it's even bigger than we thought. Provide a chilling update on a mysterious interstellar object that's racing through our solar system using data from the Vera C. Rubin Observatory. Experts have revealed just how big the object dubbed 31 Atlas really is. According to their analysis, the object measures roughly 7 miles in diameter. Holy fuck. How big is New York City? Bigger than Mount Everest, making it the largest interstellar object ever spotted. Professor Avi Loeb, theoretical physicist and cosmologist from Harvard University, suggested the object could be an alien spacecraft. However, not everyone is convinced. Chris Lintott, an astronomer at the University of Oxford, told Live Science any suggestion that it's artificial is nonsense and nonsense on stilts. He added that these claims are an insult to the exciting work going on to understand this object.
Just so you understand. Okay, this is a tsunami. This is from a 9.0 earthquake in 2011. So you understand the how bad this can get and how quickly it can happen. We're gonna watch this just so you understand. If you're in an area like this, this is what could fucking happen. And it's like it happens so quick. Just all of a sudden the ocean just comes in on you, man. And I'll probably get demonetized for playing this video because YouTube hates things like this. But yeah, Japan has really been devastated by these things in the past. It's not a joke to the people in Japan. They take this shit seriously because they see this happen all the time. This is why you should take this seriously. And again, this is from 2011. This is not now. I'm just showing you so you can understand the potential. Okay? Not good. It can happen that quick. It happens so fucking fast. And if you're in that area, you got seconds to fucking get to higher ground. Seconds. Because you don't want to be in that water. That's not like taking a swim in the ocean, boys. Okay? That is not any sort of swim you ever want to be involved in. So just so you know, we'll skip this one, but yeah, I just wanted to play it. Scientist thinks an alien craft could be headed towards Earth. I think that one's bullshit. But you know, it's Doomsday. It's Doomsday Tuesday, boys. Doomsday Tuesday. Yeah, everybody's I'm telling you, the woke left is resurfacing. It seems like they took like half a year off after Trump got elected, and now they're back trying to, pissed off about everything, trying to get everybody canceled again. And this is one of the dumbest scandals I've ever seen. So everybody's mad at Sydney Sweeney. Not everybody, the usual suspects are mad at Sydney Sweeney because she's doing gene commercials. And there's a little play on like genes that you wear and then like genes as in DNA. So they're like, oh, this is a Nazi commercial and this is a white supremacist commercial. It's like, no, it's just a hot chick trying to sell fucking jeans. Settle down. Anyway, let's play. This is what's got everybody so angry, dude. By the way, Sydney Sweeney's, she's pretty fine.
Sydney Sweeney has very genes.
That's what they're mad about, because she's got great genes. And honestly, I think what they're really mad about is that actually white people are starting to get put in commercials again. There was a time period where it was like, nobody wanted to put white people in commercials. They didn't want to put them in movies. They didn't want to put them in anything. And now, maybe we see why, the way they're reacting. And I'm not even going to play all of the crazy... I probably should try to find more videos of the woke people reacting to this. I'll do that. I got one, but I need more. I mean, what's better than that? And then they're like making fun of her, like, because she's got a southern accent. She sounds like a Valley girl to me, the little bit I've heard. But yeah, typical, white dudes for Kamala. Really upset about this. Let's see what old Chungus here has to say. I don't know if that's his name, but I'm just going to call him Chungus.
Oh, not everything's political. Oh, it's not that deep. Oh, art doesn't have to be political. Not everything's political. Sydney Sweeney just did a series of ads with American Eagle, the clothing company, promoting her good jeans. Oh, no, but they're talking about the blue jeans. Yeah. Yeah, sure. The attractive white woman with blonde hair, blue eyes is talking about just the jeans she gets from American Eagle. The blonde-haired white woman who had a parody of Make America Great Again for her mom's 60th birthday, where everyone was wearing Blue Lives Matter flags on their clothing. It's just talking about her blue jeans. Echoing very, very far right. Oh, genes are passed down by parents to their offsprings. Not to their children, their offsprings. No, it's just talking about blue jeans.
I just saw that American Eagle said...
But art isn't political. Not everything's political. It's not that deep. It's not that deep until it is, you shallow-brained motherfuckers.
Why do they always look the same, man? They always have a certain look. And then Doja Cat. I mean, I don't know who the fuck this is. I see her name all the time over the internet. But yeah, she's not happy.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and
She didn't even sound like that. Maybe I have bad hearing or something, but she kind of sounded a little bit like a California chick. But okay.
even eye color. My genes are blue.
Okay, that's a terrible job. If you wanted to make fun of her, that was a terrible job. Didn't even make sense, but okay. Dude, what I really wish, I pull up Sydney Sweeney, I find the fucking video I want to react to, and then when I move it over here, it just goes right back to the top. Instead of staying at the fucking video I wanted to react to. Oh my god, dude. Let's play some more Sydney
My
Sweeney.
body's composition is determined by my genes. Hey, eyes up here.
Sydney Sweeney has very genes.
She's gonna sell a lot of jeans, dude. I think that she's gonna end up selling so many fucking jeans, dude. It's gonna be off the chart. Let's see here. Okay, here we go. We got one. Let's see if it stays. Yeah, it stayed. Good. Yeah, because it wasn't in the search.
I just saw that American Eagle Sydney Sweeney jean commercial, and what the actual fucking hell? How did it even get approved? Why did it get approved?
Oh no.
What the fuck is wrong with you people?
The issue is it's marketing to white supremacy. And if you're fine with that, great, you're a white supremacist.
No, it's not marketing to white supremacy, you dumb fucking... It's marketing to horny dudes. Like all marketing's always done. It's like the number one move. How to attract a female, get horny dudes to buy your product. That's what it is. It's so retarded, dude. Some of these people, like, there's no way they're genuine, man. And then why are you playing your stupid music? I don't want to hear your stupid music.
Color. So instead of color, the white skin color, but they didn't use another skin color. They used the white skin color. So instead of moving the goalpost and switching it around so that
See, it's got to be. You can only hire black people now, guys. That's all. You can't have a white spokesperson. Every spokesperson has to be black. Otherwise, they're coming for you. This beautiful woman is going to take you down.
you can argue on a playing field you feel more comfortable with, maybe take a second to think about the fact you're defending white supremacy.
I just saw that American...
Okay, guys, you're defending white. Let's watch another one of these commercials. I'm digging it. Watch another one. Oh, yeah. All right, yeah, this is what they're mad about, guys. This is what they're mad about. Let me see if I can find more, let's see. Oh, yeah, we got another one. Let's see, a usual suspect. They all have the same sort of look. Kind of funny how that works.
Should we be surprised that a company whose name is literally American Eagle is making fascist propaganda like this? Probably not.
The nose ring, guys. That's a number one sign to get the fuck out. You know, if you start flirting with a chick and, I don't know, you notice she has a nose ring, get the fuck away.
But it's still really shocking. Like, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white woman is talking about her good genes. Like, that is Nazi propaganda.
Holy shit, now it's Nazi propaganda? It's Nazi propaganda, guys. Okay? Nope, do not talk about blue jeans, guys. It's just because there's a white woman. That's the Nazi propaganda. There's an attractive white woman and you're all fucking triggered by it. Rico, thank you for the $20. I don't know why your message didn't play. Maybe it's just delayed. But let me see. Or maybe because you sent it different? Was that like a sticker or something? Yeah, I might not get a message for the sticker. Thank you for the 20, Rico. You rock, brother. Yeah, so we should all be really upset, guys, about this attractive blonde female trying to sell jeans. I mean, I'm telling you, they're coming back. The woke people are getting, because of this Epstein shit, the woke fucking lunatics are getting more emboldened and they're coming back. And it's fun. I'm happy they're back. because they're fun to make fun of. See, I got so much shit here open. I gotta remove some of it. Okay, yeah, we played that. Just so you know, that's how it happens. Happens very quick. It's very dangerous. So if you're in that tsunami warning area, take it fucking seriously. All right. This is a fucking dudes like this. It's like there's always somebody that ruins everything good. So this restaurant's got an all-you-can-eat policy, and this giant fat ass is constantly going and taking advantage of it. And they had to basically say, okay, enough's enough. And then he's like, he called the police. Some people, dude, they just always somebody that ruins everything for everybody.
Customer got upset because an all-you-can-eat fish fry didn't live up to its name.
It's false advertising.
Bill Wisseth has a beef with the all-you-can-eat fish fry at Chuck's Place in Thiensville. He was there Friday when the restaurant cut him off after he ate a dozen pieces.
We asked for more fish, and they refused to give us any more fish.
The restaurant says it was running out of fish and patience, arguing Bill has been a problem customer before. They sent him on his way with another 8 pieces, but that still wasn't enough. He was so fired up, he called the police. Why did you think you needed to call the police about it?
Well, because I think that people have to stand up for consumers.
And he wasn't done. He came back 2 days later with a picket sign.
Does this guy not understand that if everybody did what he did, it wouldn't work? Right? It wouldn't work. If everybody went there and spent all day there just eating fucking hundreds of pieces of fish till you become this fucking fat, we're not going to have all you can eat anymore, you moron. Because it's not feasible for the restaurants to do that. But this guy's going to call the police on them and start picketing them. It's like, dude, you had 100 pieces of fish. How much fish do you fucking need, dude?
Elizabeth Remming is a waitress there and says they've tried to work with Bill over the years, like letting him have a tab he still hasn't paid off.
They're literally going into the 19th century and letting him have a tab. Who does tabs anymore? Nobody does tabs anymore. It used to be a thing, like grocery stores, and H-E-B was one of the first ones to get away from that, because grocery stores back in the day used to deliver the food, and they'd let you open up a tab, but then people would owe, and then they wouldn't pay, and no one does tabs anymore. They literally gave this guy a tab, and he's gonna. This guy's. I mean, I don't know what the right punishment is for this guy, but I don't know. Maybe send him to like a desert island. He'll lose weight. I don't know. I don't think this guy needs to be in the general population. He's a problem.
What do you have to say about that?
Well, I've got a running account here.
Bill isn't backing down, saying his fish fry fight isn't over.
And they literally let him. So he ate like 12 pieces of fried fish. They let him take home even more. They let him take some home. They don't usually let you do that with an all you can eat situation. You can't take some home. And then he still calls the fucking police on him because he can't survive without 5,000 pieces of fish every day. And by the way, that fried fish looks so fucking good, dude. It looks so good. Fuck this guy. Okay, fuck him. Fuck him. Okay, it is now 10:18. Let's see what the latest is in Hawaii.
Aloha, good evening. Chief Howe from the Honolulu Fire Department. Just like everyone else said, I'm not going to repeat, but we want everyone to stay safe, evacuate early so you don't put yourself in a tough situation. As far as for our response, we'll do our best to continue services. And at a certain point, our personnel would also have to relocate those low-lying areas. So we came up with a plan to move our resources inland and
Shecklemaster super chatted $2. Fuel the Huel.
What was that? Fuel the what? Fuel the Huel? Is that the guy's name? Huel? Was that his name? I don't know, man. I missed that one. Thank you for the $2, brother. Yeah, that guy's insane, dude. It's always somebody who ruins it for everybody, man. It's so frustrating. We cannot have a good thing on this fucking planet without some idiot like that. And they come in all types, right? There's always somebody that's going to ruin it for everybody.
Try and maintain as much of our response capabilities as long as we can, and not to endanger our staff as well. So I'll hand off to HPD. Thank you.
Hello everyone, Sergeant Dana Souza from the Honolulu Police Department, Major Events Division. Most everybody said it before me. We'll continue to work with fire, any other emergency management agencies to ensure public safety. If you could rely on one another and utilize your resources as much as possible. And if you need to utilize 911 for concurring emergencies. Thank you.
Hi, Roger Morton, Director of Transportation Services. A little bit about our transit situation. That we are planning to stop operating any trip that was scheduled to start at after 6 p.m. So up until 6 p.m., we're going to continue to operate trips. Having said that, some of those trips would not have finished their trip and still be in a possible inundation zone. And so there may be detours that drivers will take people to higher ground if they're in danger.
I read something that Hawaii is going to be okay, but I don't know if I can confirm that. But I think this was the time it was supposed to be hitting. Catastrophic tsunami damage seen in the village of Severodvinsk, Russia. This originated from the same earthquake, sending tsunami waves to Hawaii. Yeah, this is Russia. A lot of fucking water, dude. Looks like tsunami waves have arrived on the coast of Japan. Again, don't know how accurate this stuff is. A lot of this shit, people are trying to get views, so they post older videos. So always keep that in mind. This could be an older video that's repurposed just to get views. And it's hard to know in the moment. But this looks like it is legit. But again, we don't know. And here's tsunami waves. Again, this is an account that it looks tiny. It's probably bullshit, but let's see. It's supposed to be Japan here. Tsunami waves have arrived on the coast on the coast of eastern Japan. No, this is old. This is old. We've seen this one. I played this one earlier. See, I'm on to you, Buy Hard Buzz.
We might need to find some coastline streamers.
Some coastline streamers? We'll see. Yeah, that's a good idea. Here's we'll play this and then we'll get this is the woke left coming after this guy. You guys know Joey Swoll? He's always like he's a gym police. Like women who go into gyms and like create problems by filming themselves and trying to set guys up by getting in weird poses in front of them, and then if they got the camera on them, and if like the guy in the background looks at them for a split second, they make a whole video about how they were creeped out. And so he made the mistake of saying nice things about Hulk Hogan. And this is the problem when you build up an audience of woke lefties. They turn on you so quick. And the mistake this guy made was he apologized. Never fucking apologize. Because now you have both sides mad at you. So like the left comes at you. They're mad because you said nice things about Hulk Hogan, and Hulk Hogan's the latest person that they're, hating on. Rest in peace, Hulk Hogan. And then he comes out and apologizes, and then everybody else who was like, you did nothing wrong, now they're mad at him too. Now everybody's fucking mad at him. Don't apologize, especially like when you've done nothing fucking wrong.
I owe my followers, my community, and all of social media an apology. A few days ago, I reposted an old video of me in the gym wearing a Hulk Hogan Halloween costume on the day that he passed. Last night in my live stream, a lot of people expressed how upset and frustrated they were with me that I had posted that. Instead of listening and understanding like I should have, I became defensive and said that I was posting to celebrate the wrestling icon, the person that so many of us looked up to as kids that we grew up with, that made us tear our shirts and take our vitamins and say our prayers. I didn't know to the extent of all the horrible things that he had done. Since last night, I have done a lot of research, talked to a few people, and learned all of the horrible, horrible things that man has done, which is way more than just making a mistake and being human. So
he said a bad word, guys. He said a bad word that we're not allowed to say. God, this world is so bitch-made these days. Literally, we live in the biggest bitch-made fucking society of all time right now.
So because of that, I have taken the videos down, and I apologize to anybody that I offended. I am sorry. Also, during last night's live stream, I used the word colored instead of saying person of color, which...
They knew when they started changing it from black to person of color, they knew that this was going to happen. I swear to God. Oh, if we get them to stop saying black and say person of color, eventually more white people will end up saying colored, and then we'll have more white people to attack because they said it wrong, even though they're trying to play by your fucking rules. It's black people, okay? Not person of color. You're black, okay?
Which is a very
There's
outdated,
nothing wrong with being black. FYI, in case we didn't know that.
very offensive term. A few moments later, somebody educated me and told me that it wasn't okay to use that, which I immediately apologized to everyone and said I would never do that again. So once again, to anybody that I offended, I am sorry.
This all happened in a live stream. I mean, you're going to let like the group and every time you talk, you're like talking to different people, and you just happen to have one stream where you got a bunch of crazy leftists freaking out about everything. And you're going to let them dictate how you behave and make you fucking apologize like a little bitch. And now the right-wing people, the non-woke people are mad at him for apologizing. So there's no winning. There's no winning. Just be who you want to be and stop letting the fucking mob dictate who you are and make you apologize for shit that you should never be apologizing for. Right? I think what happened was he at some Halloween event, he came dressed as Hulk Hogan, years ago or whatever. And in his live stream, he played that, that clip or that video, I haven't seen it, of him dressed like Hogan, and talked about how much Hogan meant to him. Again, I don't know exactly what he said, but he's probably around my age. When we were a kid, Hulk Hogan was like there's very few people that got as big as Hogan. You had Michael Jordan, and then you had Hulk Hogan, and I don't know any other athletes that came close to those two, as when it comes to like children worshiping them, So it's dude, it's so why are you apologizing, dude?
My whole page, my whole brand is based on holding people accountable and doing better. I would be a hypocrite if I didn't hold myself to the same standards. I am human. I am still growing. I am still learning. And I promise all of you, I will do better. I have nothing but love and kindness in my heart. I will continue to try to make the world a better place. And once.
No, you're a racist, dude, because you liked Hulk Hogan as a kid. You're now a racist just like Hulk Hogan. Just like Hulk Hogan, who, by the way, Hulk Hogan loved rap music. Hulk Hogan clearly wasn't a fucking racist. I don't think he was. But he said some insensitive things and used the wrong word. So now he's a racist. He's the worst racist of all fucking time. Okay, dude. Sure.
Once again, to everybody, I apologize.
Wrong move, Joey Swoll. More like Joey Dumbass. Joey can't handle the fucking crowds. Joey, if only you could do some fucking exercises that would make your brain a little stronger, you dumbass. Right? I mean, I guess you're a strong guy. You do a lot of working out. Work out the part of the brain that doesn't give a fuck about the mob. Okay? Work on that, Joey. That's sad, dude. That's sad. Yeah, we played this already. Let's see. Okay, let's see what the latest is. Let's pull this one up. This is from NBC. Live Hawaii. Go live. Oh, we are live. Okay. I guess there's nothing happening. I looked for some live streams. There's not much.
Hotels and each and every property, I think,
I'll keep looking.
Their own plans, if you will. So pay attention. This is real, and it's most serious. And if they happen to be watching, we don't have these events very often, but when we do, they're real and they're serious. So we just ask you to pay attention, do what you've been asked to do, and we're all going to hope for the best. All right, we'll be back, okay? We'll keep you posted. Anything that we hear that's definitive, that could be of importance in news, we certainly will provide that.
Larry DM super chatted $5. How people haven't learned you never apologize to these people is hilarious.
Look, if you apologize, you have to really have done something wrong. Just because you like Hulk Hogan is not reason to apologize, right? Now, I mean, you groomed a child, you attacked somebody in the street, and you know what I mean? There are things to apologize for. But when you're apologizing because you have the wrong opinion about something, I don't know, maybe some people just don't understand how it works. The left and the right act like mobs, okay? And they will try to bully you onto their side, and it's nothing to them to ruin your day and bully the fuck out of you because you have an opinion they don't like. And you have to learn to just kind of, you know, take it with a grain of salt. You don't fucking apologize because some mob on the internet comes after you, dude. It's bitch-made shit, to be honest, dude.
At Pu'u'eo Community Center, Panaeva Park, Kea'au Armory, Pahoa Neighborhood Facility, Ka'u District Gym, the Na'alehu Community Center, Yano Hall, Kealakehe High School Gym, Waimea Community Center, Hisaoka
So this
Gym,
is
and Honoka'a
supposed to be live, but it looks
So
like the camera's
a number
glitching.
of sites available
Kahului.
for those seeking
Kahului
shelter
Harbor.
on Hawaii County.
Yeah, they reloaded
and
it.
as well as Kauai. And as we just heard, circling back to the news conference with Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi,
This guy's got
as well
some other.
with
I
city
gotta find
first
these cameras,
responders.
dude.
There's an overarching message of, you know, be prepared. Don't panic in this. Have a plan. So you leave the inundation areas, get inland, get upward. So the official warning came down just before 3 o'clock our time. And since then, we've seen
There's evacuation
traffic backups across
in
different
Japan
parts of
right
the
now.
island, across different parts of the state. Roger Morton, City Transportation Director, was saying that bus service will be going on until about 6 o'clock this evening. And then Skyline, the last trip is at 6:35 from Alava. So there has
This is
been
view of
lead time in
Japan's
this, so there is
Hokkaido
time for,
coastline.
many to take shelter.
Yes, and the emphasis is if you are in a low inward and upward, just as you said, Mark. But what hasn't been said is obviously if you are not in a tsunami zone, there is no need for you to be out on the roads. Again, we are seeing these images.
So what, now none of us can leave our house, even if we're in the middle of the heartland with no risk of tsunami? I mean, come on now. Come on now.
It's coming into the newsroom right now of the traffic gridlock all across the island. And the emergency officials want to make clear that we want to make sure that we do not congest or overwhelm these.
In future press conferences. Mahalo.
That's the thing about these tsunamis. Like, everything can seem fucking normal. I think the one sign that you're about to get a tsunami is actually the water starts receding. So if you see the water starting to drastically pull back all of a sudden, and it seems like the water's going away, that means get the fuck out of there. Because the next thing that happens is the tsunami. So that's like the one little warning. But a lot of times it'll catch you by surprise, man, because everything seems normal, and then all of a sudden this wave comes. So if you notice all of a sudden the water where you're at's going back and receding off the coastline, get to higher ground. And obviously, if you're in any of these areas that are in a tsunami watch or tsunami warning, you should probably already be getting to higher ground.
To a news conference with Governor Josh Green and emergency officials who spoke earlier, re-emphasizing the same plan echoed by Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi that in a situation like this.
Oh, that was just lost. You guys, you lost your sound, NBC. You lost your sound.
Make sure you've just been watching here, of course, our station Hawaii.
All right, so
News
this
Now,
is
the very
Japan.
latest coverage. We just heard from the governor of the state of Hawaii, making sure that everyone's aware of this incoming tsunami wave that is expected in just a couple of hours or so in Hawaii time, local time, about 7:15 local time there in Hawaii.
Well, what
So they're
fucking time is it
sounding
in
the alerts,
Hawaii
making
right
sure
now?
everyone is evacuated who needs to evacuate in those evacuation zones. We have a look at the map actually as well after this 8.8
Oh.
magnitude.
Yeah, it's only
earthquake,
5:33 in
off
Hawaii.
of northeastern Russia, and you can see here the.
So Hawaii is 5 hours behind me. So yeah, it's about 2 hours till it should hit Hawaii. So okay, you got more time. You got 2 hours in Hawaii. I thought they were just West Coast Pacific time, but no, they're fucking 5 hours behind over there. It makes sense because they're way out there. Oop.
苫小牧の沖合では船が停泊しています。
This is Japan. Japan always seems to get it the worst with this shit, man. What is this? Oh yeah, this guy's talking. Eric Evan Freiberger. All right. Let's see what else we got. What did I miss? Already played that. Yeah. So this is Asmongold talking about the botting that's going on Twitch. They seem to think it's worse on Twitch. I think it's bad everywhere. I think the fake internet theory is becoming a reality every day, becoming more and more of a reality. The amount of bots that are on the internet, the amount of fake ass AIs, I mean, there's a million different ways to do bots now. I think it's way more than we realize.
Clicks and attempt to monopolize. This exists on all platforms, but has gone the most unchecked on Twitch. He's completely right. He is. And he knows a lot, and I know a lot, and we know a lot of the same things. He's right. Yep, understand this technique, and also viewbotting in order to generate hype is it's very effective. Also, in my opinion, I think removing viewbotting will be good for another reason, because if now you have to work harder for the same viewership, that means viewers get better content. That's another huge fucking reason. Like now, because like I remember back whenever I was streaming on my main channel, like I had to work hard to get 100K fucking viewers. I had to come up with some event. There had to be some new game release. I had to have some big announcement or something like that. It was hard. It was difficult. Like, it was a pain in the fucking ass to get a lot of viewers. And so now, like, people just view bot, and that's it. It means more boobs, so I don't know. And watch a lot of lower streamers just for that reason. Work sucks.
Is Twitch still a bunch of titty streamers, man? Twitch sucks. I don't watch it.
Dice emoji, super chatted $1.99. They need earthquake-proof bricks.
Earthquake-proof bricks? Well, you know, when I used to work doing central office work, you know, telecommunications, there were areas where when you built something, when you did an install, like the framing, like in a central office, you build the framing, and then like you basically run the cable on top of the frame, and then in the frame goes all the fucking servers or whatever else, you know, whatever you're installing. There was different rules if they were in an earthquake zone, and you have to have all these. Basically, it has to be able to move. If it's in an earthquake zone, it has to be able to sway, right? So, I don't know. Earthquake bricks, are they more flexible? Do they have more give so like the buildings can like move with it without collapsing? Because that's usually the goal with the earthquake shit. Let me close some of these windows because I'm going to end up with a lot here. Let's just go ahead and get these closed. This is, again, Japan. It seems to be okay in Japan. Go ahead and pull this up and see what they're saying over here.
For a real life scenario, we would like to say that the pass is very steep. There are several hazards throughout. So folks that decide to use this evacuation route, be extremely, extremely cautious and listen to military and evacuation personnel as you transit that pass.
You know, most people have not traveled along that pass. So
Tech super chatted $2. Godzilla caused the tsunami.
Godzilla? Godzilla! Yeah. Hopefully we don't have a Godzilla sighting here tonight, because I mean, with the way the world's going right now, it wouldn't surprise me if Godzilla just fucking climbs out of the fucking, you know. I mean, it could be possible, bro. It could be possible. Thank you for the super chat, brother.
There may be some rocks in the road, so again, we just advise people to be extremely cautious while you're going up the pass.
And how long would it take to travel the whole pass?
Okay.
With no traffic, it takes roughly 15 to 20 minutes to transit the pass.
How that water looks
with traffic a
so
little bit
good, doesn't
slower, it's hard to tell. I would say maybe upwards of 30 minutes or so.
I've never been to Hawaii. I'd like to go sometime. With my luck, I'll go to Hawaii and fucking drown and die.
That you would
Get
like our
eaten by a
viewers at
shark.
Hawaii News Now to know about the military's efforts during this tsunami warning?
I would just want everyone to know that the military is here as a community partner. We also live here in our community. Our families are in the community. So we want everyone to, you know, be safe and get to safety if you are in low-lying areas, and listen for updates on official channels.
Can you tell us any information specifically about your service members and how they might be preparing if they are in low-lying areas?
Right, so we do have a couple of installations on low-lying areas. Pili La'au Army Recreation.
Okay, so yeah, the tsunami watch that was in Northern California has been upgraded to a tsunami warning. So if you're in Northern California, you need to get away from the coastline. Okay, heads up.
Center was evacuated about an hour ago. So
according to Nick
guests there,
Sortor, and Nick does
have been
good
evacuated
reporting
from the west side. We also have several thousand guests staying at the Halikoa.
Breaking tsunami warning issued for Northern California from Cape Mendocino to the Oregon border. Get away from the coastline. So again, if you're in this area, if you're in the red, that means you're in a warning. If you're in the yellow, that means you're in a watch. Oh boy. So if you're in that area, take this seriously. The tsunami warning is modified to include the coastal areas of California from Cape Mendocino, California to the Oregon-California border. If you are located in this coastal area, move inland to higher ground. Tsunami warnings mean that a tsunami with significant inundation is possible or is already occurring. Tsunamis are a series of waves dangerous many hours after initial arrival time. The first wave may not be the largest. At 4:25 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time on July 29th, an earthquake with preliminary magnitude of 8.8 occurred 88 miles southeast of Petropavlovsk, Kamchatka. Estimated tsunami start times for selected areas are Crescent, California, 11:50 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. The tsunami warning will remain in effect until further notice. Refer to the internet site tsunami.gov for more information. That's tsunami.gov. If you want to find information, hopefully it should have information for your local area to exactly what is happening and when, where, warning, watch, run, stay, all that shit. And again, take it seriously because it could be the difference between surviving or not. I know there's a lot of false alarms with this shit, but it's better safe than sorry when we're dealing with tsunamis. And the report I heard was get on the 4th floor. First, second, third floor is not enough. You need a 4th floor. And I don't know if that's changed, but that's the last thing I heard. FYI.
All our shelters, and so, we're sending out messages already, various means, social media, our website, press release. They know where the shelters are at. We also deployed our teams to make sure that there's water and food. And, and we're reaching out to our hotels, those in the low-lying areas. If they need transportation, we have that as well. So we are transporting some folks.
This is Hawaii live right now.
To our shelters as we speak.
Looks nice and peaceful and beautiful.
Alameda, the alert came out after 1:30 this afternoon. What are you seeing out there on the roads? Are people heeding the warning?
Yes, they are. In fact, there is road congestion, and so my message to the residents is to be patient. It's a warning, so we have time, and be respectful. And we sent out our police officers, as well as our firefighters, to make sure that the roads are safe. And if we need traffic cops in different areas, we are deploying them as we speak.
What kind of action is being taken as well in regard to the ports? And many have vessels tied up at harbors. What has been the message there?
Well, that's all, danger zones, right? So, they know the protocols on our island. They're very familiar with what to do with those vessels. In fact, Pride of America.
Mirror Now is saying tsunami strikes Japan's Hokkaido. Tokyo Bay under warning. So it strikes, but I guess we don't. Yeah, somebody in their chat saying Godzilla rising. Godzilla. You can't say Godzilla. You gotta say Godzilla. Godzilla. I don't know. It just looks like regular waves, but maybe I'm not understanding. Maybe I don't. I guess there's another camera. I think this is both Hokkaido. It looks okay. at the
being
moment.
activated statewide right now. Mayor, thank you very much for joining us. I'm sure we'll be talking with you more throughout the evening as we keep a close watch on this tsunami warning. So shelters are activated. There was a lot of lead up time to this. Many are heading for higher ground. Speaking of which, we caught up with back here on Oahu. Our very own Billy V caught up with some residents and visitors who headed up to the Tantalus area in Makiki.
Thank you very much. There's a steady stream of cars up here in Tantalus. People just, trying to find a place to go. Maybe they left Waikiki, maybe they left the lower areas, or maybe they're heading on the freeway and they had to go all the way to the west side. And we've been finding that they've been pulling off of the roadway to come here just to stay, have a place to be for a while until things calm down. We know that's not going to be for a while. But once again, Tantalus is busy right now.
I got told by a friend of mine who's over in Florida right now. He heard it before I did, and so he let me know about the alert, and I checked it out and decided to maybe go up mountain for a minute.
What was happening? What were you doing when you first heard the alert on I'm guessing your phone?
Waimanalo Beach. Kids were in.
So these dudes, they just drove up to like a little mountainside so they could get to higher ground, so they can literally watch everything. Smart. This is smart.
The water, and then we heard
we got the warning.
We got the warning, and we immediately left.
Okay, so you guys are up here at Tantalus. What was the thought behind coming up here?
This was the highest point we knew. We came in here yesterday and we were like, instead of going to the hotel, let's just go here. I don't know which boat is safer or not. We couldn't ask anyone.
Well, I was swimming in Ala Moana Beach Park, and I got done and I usually check my phone for if any emergencies, family stuff.
Well, Vivian Kubrick, the daughter of the famous director. I don't know why I can't remember his fucking first name right now. Stanley Kubrick. I literally have a book of an interview with him right there. In case you guys don't know, Stanley is always watching over every episode back there. Okay, so say hi to Stanley. His daughter says, "Call if you know anyone in the state of Hawaii, call them now. Tsunami is supposed to hit the island 7:10 p.m. So 5-hour difference. That would be about an hour and 30 minutes." Not sure how large it'll be, but best to keep very alert. Maybe smart to bug out now for the mountains. Plenty of time. I mean, this is you're getting a lot of warning here. So no excuse. No excuse not to take a trip up to the mountain like these folks here.
So when I saw that, whoa.
Have been activated, and the people are being told, if you haven't heard so already, to be prepared to evacuate if you need to. But if you don't, if you are not in a tsunami evacuation zone, you should stay where you are. Earlier, we had a lot of traffic because a lot of people were let go at the same time. State workers, county workers, just people basically at work, all being let loose at the same time to try and get home, to try to get their belongings, or at least to, just to be prepared as best they can.
And just to recap, again, this is an 8.8 magnitude earthquake. Earlier today, around 1:30 p.m. Hawaii time, it was an 8.0, upgraded about 20 minutes later to an 8.7, and then reevaluated later to the 8.8. I do want to point out something that Ben and I just discovered as we're trying to get the latest information from the Tsunami Warning Center and the USGS. We're going to tsunami.gov, where you can actually look at those bulletins for yourself, and the page is unresponsive. It seems that there's so much traffic. Of course, this is a national news event now. Everybody is watching on the continental United States and across the U.S. They're trying to get into the tsunami.gov website. Of course, everybody is looking for information.
Yes, looks like tsunami.gov isn't working. That's wonderful.
Green Juice Incorporated super chatted $2. Will this affect my vacation to Oahu next week?
Maybe. It depends. I mean, if it does get hit by a fucking tsunami, in the same way like we've seen with Japan in the past, yeah, it's gonna fuck your vacation up, bro. You might want to reroute to Thailand or something like that.
And one of the things Ben and I have been talking about today, of course, this is not something to take lightly. This is this is the warning. We had the watch earlier. We were upgraded very quickly to a warning about an hour after the watch was issued. This is the time to take, not to panic, but to take action. Start moving in towards Melka areas and moving up 4 stories or above if you can, if you're unable to move, Melka.
Yeah, this would be
4 stories or above.
We always talk about the vertical evacuation. So 4 stories or above, this would be for high-rise buildings, including hotels, Waikiki, Ko'olina, we're talking Ka'anapali, also maybe even Kalapaki Beach on Kauai, that building there, even though it's kind of like a little bit higher up, but for peace of mind, at least on Kauai, move up to a higher floor. You don't need to evacuate the area. Also, emergency officials and we are telling you, if you don't have to evacuate, don't. Stay home, don't clog up the roads. And the worst thing you can probably do is try and go and take a look-see. There's a live look right now at Coconut Island, Hilo Bay, where we have seen in the past some currents that have been coming in. Earlier we talked about, or the governor during the press conference that he had, talked about how we don't really know how big the waves are necessarily going to be, because we do have the buoys that take the measurements right close to the coastline, right along Kamchatka, right off Kamchatka, right off the Aleutian Islands, and then you've got this big, wide open ocean where there's no data.
It's just open ocean in between the peninsula and us here in Hawaii, so we have to get the information from Midway and other Pacific Islands before we can really have an idea. We still have the warning up. It's still very important to take this seriously. I do want to give some stats here. We've had a couple of earthquakes, again, 16% of earthquakes since 1850, so about a little over 150 years of data keeping of.
So Japan right now, as tsunami waves begin. But these are tsunami waves? God, Japan always gets it, dude. Every time there's any tsunami, it's like, it always hits Japan. This is supposed to be live in Japan, right? Holy shit, yeah. I don't know. That's just a... I don't know. It's hard to tell. It's like, is this a tsunami or just normal
Super
fucking...
chatted $1.99. Evan Freiberger could be a good streamer option.
Evan Freiberg... Wasn't I just on that one a second ago? Evan Freiberg? Oh, sorry. Evan Freiberg could be a good streamer option. Yeah, I don't really like to watch other people's streams unless they're like live. Let's see. I'll pull it up again. Is he? Because he did have some. I was on his channel earlier because he was pulling up streams. But then I'd rather just find those same streams myself. Evan Freiberger. What a nice name. Yeah. I mean, we got the same thing here, you know? So, I'll pull it up just in case he catches something.
Also saw lines in Windward, Oahu, in town. We want to pull up this video. This is,
Looks
many
like
flocking
Japan.
to grocery stores to stock up on supplies at Don Quixote. This is kind of what happens in an event like this. We see this with hurricanes. The good thing about tsunamis is that you have typically several hours to prepare. But, backups throughout Honolulu County. But we also saw footage from across the state as well. We also have this footage right now. It was an aerial shot of traffic in the heart of Honolulu. Let's pull that up right now. You can see just the backup coinciding with when the warning came down.
That's right. And they have their list with them. Toilet paper, bottled water, make sure you have those important medications, enough food to last a week. And we are going to get this list that we want to show you of shelters that are open right now. Lahaina Luna High School and Kihei Community Center.
And our very own Dylan Ancheta is standing by live on Maui right now with the very latest.
Are they getting hit with the tsunami right now in Japan?
Richard Bisson. Aloha, Dylan.
Or is this are we just watching
Aloha, thank you
waves
so
hitting
much.
the
I want to
jetty.
go over the full list of
I mean, the waves look pretty rowdy, but is
shelters
that, I don't
are
know, is
opening
that normal?
here on Maui. The county says Lahaina Luna High School, Kihei Community Center, Velma McWayne Santos Community Center, Hannibal Tavares Community Center, Hana High School, and Molokai High School for Molokai residents. Those are all in the process of being opened and shelters. I spoke to Mayor Bisson about
See, this is
10
their
minutes
this is their
ago, maybe
wall,
15
right?
or so,
Their tsunami
and
wall.
they said that they are in the process of opening those shelters. They hope to have them open very
I'm
soon.
not sure.
if
I
not
don't think this is
already.
just a regular
And they
jetty. I
do
think this is a
encourage people
tsunami
who
wall
are in
that they built to
low-lying
fucking try to
areas
stop
head over to
the
those
smaller
shelters. And,
tsunamis.
they are welcoming pets in kennels. They are following the usual guidelines set forth by the American Red Cross for those emergency shelters. But I do want to play a little bit more from my one-on-one with Mayor Bisson. Here's what he said.
Yeah, it looks
the
like
main thing we want people to know is there's time for us to be calm.
It's not.
in
I don't know.
moving
I don't know. I'm not a
to inland
tsunami
and
expert,
highland.
but it's not looking
We
good in
just want people
Japan.
to move out of the tsunami zone areas, the inundation zones. We want them to move inland or go to higher ground, but we don't want them to panic. We don't want them to, have to be rushed. We know the traffic is challenging right now because people are trying to do just that.
Get off the beach, dude.
But we just want the messages: stay calm, work together. There's plenty of time for everyone to move out. We're not expecting the first wave to hit Kauai until 7:10. That's the information we received. We're going to get an
hour, 15
update maybe
minutes.
in about 10 minutes from Pacific Tsunami Warning, so we'll get a better idea of how big it is and how fast it's traveling.
I want to hear if they were saying anything. Let's see if I can get any news on what's going on in Japan.
High school, the Wailuku Community Center, and the Kihei Community Center. They'll all be open. They'll be staffed, so people will have a place to go. There'll be places for them to rest, stay while they ride this out, literally, and then bathrooms.
Everybody in Hawaii sounds like BJ Penn.
Especially in all the coastal zones, from Wailuku to Napili, Lahaina, the different coastal areas, that water will be shut off, and that's to prevent any contamination and any destruction of the system. It won't all be shut off at the same time. There's a sort of a rolling shut off. It'll start to shut down. So if people want to start filling up storage containers with water, now would be the time to do that before that gets to their areas. We want people to be aware of what's on the different alerts that are out there, the sirens, the MEMA alerts. And again, just to take care of each other. That's really the big message. Take care of yourself, your family, our kupuna, and help those that need extra assistance.
Mayor, I want to ask, can you list off some of those specific communities that people should be clearing out of right now? Just earlier, I was by the Queen Kahumanu shopping center, and there was still a line of people going in toward the low-lying areas. Can you just list off some areas that people should not be going into?
Yeah, most people know what zones they live in and the inundation zone. We have it online, so people can go on. There's also a map at
Crazy
the
amount of fog. What the
NOAA
fuck?
site. There's also pretty explicit maps. But anywhere that's an inundation zone, the low-lying areas from Waihe'e, Wailuku, Kahului, there's several throughout the island, throughout. And what is important for people to know is that this wave will be a wraparound wave. So although it'll come from the west, when it hits, it'll wrap around the island. So all the coastal areas need to be evacuated and head to the highlands. Obviously out in the west side of Maui, all the beach zones, the beach areas, people will know. We just want people to be safe. You might be seeing people go in to get their things to leave and to evacuate. And so, and we're trying to assist with the traffic. We've opened up some roads here on Maui that have been used for our temporary debris sites. So it's from Kuihelani Highway to Veterans Highway or Mokulele, and then from Mokulele up to the Pulehu o Maupio roads. People are already using it now. MPD is monitoring it, so people can cut through what used to be the cane fields and get up to the upcountry homes quicker, instead of having to go through what we all know on Maui to be Hanson Road or Halakala Highway. So there are people that are taking advantage of those routes right now, so we can alleviate.
It's an hour and 12 minutes before it hits Hawaii. You guys want me to stay on for another hour? Should I stay on for another hour? I could stay on for another hour and nothing happens. Seems like the only place where the water looks actually a little sketchy is in Japan. Where is this? Yeah, this is Japan too. Hopefully it doesn't take out another fucking nuclear power plant. Yeah. You guys, what do you think, guys? Should I stay on for another hour? Yes, I should stay on for another hour? Okay, I'll stay on for another hour. We'll give it till when it's supposed to hit Hawaii and see what happens. But,
get people
yeah, it might get a little boring because I'll just be sitting here watching this shit.
Question, can you talk about some of
I'm chatting with you guys. What's up, everybody in the chat?
Maui Police, your EMS.
It could be
what
Epic
are they
Live,
doing right now,
or it could be a complete dud.
How are their
I am
levels?
on
Are they
Tsunami Watch.
pushed? Is all hands on deck? I mean, how are they feeling?
What's up, everybody in the chat? How you guys doing?
But it's very measured.
You guys doing good? Hopefully you're safe. You're not in the snobby zone.
In our emergencies, I will say. They're helping us control the traffic. They're helping us control.
Let's see what else I can find.
You know, the evacuations. So right now, it's, you know, we're asking for mandatory evacuations for everybody who's in those low-lying areas. Absolutely, going inland, and we're trying to offer the shelters so people have a place to go besides, you know, family. I should say here on...
Dude, after I watched that report of that fat guy that was eating all the fucking all-you-can-eat fish and putting the... I want some fried fish right now so bad. I don't know what it... I can't stop thinking about some fucking fried fish, bro. Some good old fish and chips.
Ski Rice Arena, thank you to those.
On what they are doing to prepare the residents of the Valley Isle to make sure that everyone is safe and out of the tsunami inundation zones. I want to recap those official shelters that he mentioned: Lahaina Luna High School, Kihei Community Center, the Velma McWayne Santos Community Center, the Hannibal Tavares Community Center, along with Hana High School and the Wailuku Community Center. Those are the shelters here on the Valley Isle.
Green Juice Incorporated super chatted $2.
opening.
In the meantime, let's watch Fat End season videos.
Okay. Yeah, I'll pull one up for you, Green Juice. Which one you want, Green Juice? There's a bunch of them. Is there a specific one you want to watch? Yeah, this is Japan. Apparently, this is... Tsunami strikes Japan's Hokkaido. So, I mean, I'm guessing this is the beginning of the tsunami? I don't fucking know. I mean, the water looks pretty fucking rough out there, that's for sure. Trump the Black House, is that the one you want? Send it to me on Twitter, Green Juice. Send me the one you want me to play on Twitter. I'll play it. If you haven't already sent it to me. I got my messages open. Green Juice. So send me the one you want me to play on Twitter. Yeah, the water looks rough as hell in Japan, but I don't know if this is normal.
From both sides, essentially making their way up to higher ground, to, whether that's meeting in the center or going up the Mauna. And so we are keeping a very close eye on all of the situation, the happenings here on the Valley Isle, and we'll bring you more details as we get them. Again, Mayor Bisson is inside Maui County's Emergency Operations Center, and they are getting constant updates, and we are learning those updates alongside all of you. Live in Maui, I'll send things back to the studio, guys.
Thank you very much, Dylan. And we are still awaiting a news conference that could begin at any moment, and we'll take you there live. Hawaii emergency management officials are gathering. But right now we want to go to Oahu's North Shore, where we have our Kyle Chinen standing by live. Kyle.
Yeah, that's right, guys. We're here at Sunset Beach here on the North Shore, and it's a very eerie scene right now. It's a ghost town, one of the more popular beaches here on the North Shore, especially during the summer months. We got here at around 5 o'clock, you know, right before sunset, people catching off. You know, just want to show you the beach right now. It was sunny. It's sunny right now. It was a little bit dark and gray and rainy just a couple of minutes ago, and like I said, it's pretty eerie seeing here a very popular beach that is empty right now during the summer months. And on our way here, it was very, very packed full of cars, bumper to bumper, with people trying to leave the area. First, when we were leaving, or we were heading here from the Kaneohe side, people leaving from Polynesian Cultural Center, Kulor Ranch, heading that way back to the Kaneohera and town. And then when we got onto this side, past Kuhuku High School.
All right, by request from Green Juice.
Welcome to the Fat Nigga Safari. The big boys touched down in the motherland. Luggage heavy with emotional support brisket. We wasn't here to flex. We was here to connect. To the land, to the wildlife, to the legacy. We pulled up to the savannah in a matte black Range Rover. Cameras ready, hearts open. Our guide said, look, that's the big three. We said, you mean Daryl, Lil Butter, and Biscuit Mike? We saw lions, real ones, majestic, thick, unbothered. Biscuit Mike cried when he locked eyes with a silverback gorilla. That gorilla nodded. That was a conversation between kings. We rode elephants, bareback. Trunks on these big boys had the snow bunnies blushing. Then the poachers showed up, moving like guilt and dry pasta. They aimed at an endangered elephant. We stepped in and dropped the fat nigga tech. Big Mike hit him with a macaroni tranquilizer dart. That cholesterol spike hit immediately. Man passed out mumbling about oat milk and generational curses.
Babe, his blood pressure just did the Harlem Shake.
At sunset, a hot air balloon ride, each fella in his own giant reinforced basket, floating above a great migration like airborne apostles of comfort. Later that night, we circled the fire. We came here looking for meaning. We found it in the rhythm of the drums, in the eyes of the lion, and in the duffel bag containing a baby rhino named Jerome.
Babe, he's chewing on your passport.
Hey, yo, shut the fuck up. It's fat nigga season.
There you go, Green Juice. There you go, brother. Just for you. Yeah, that's the thing about AI. They can just keep pumping these out, dude. You know? Let's see. We'll play one more. Gotta find one of the full ones, not just a little clip. The Belly Job Part 2. Okay, let's see. By the way, Fat Fella season. You want to follow these guys.
Recover the artifact hidden in the Louvre's deep underground vault. Let's go over the plan again. Tubby Roosevelt, 3 months deep inside the Louvre. He's got the keys, the codes, and even the cafeteria schedule. Mondo Malware, he's gonna kill cameras, disable the alarm system, all while eating beef jerky dipped in nacho cheese. Lil Butter, aka the Grease Ghost. Once the grid's down, he's our entry man, slipping through cracks, dodging lasers, entering the vault from the inside. Mona Lisa, the distraction. She pulls attention like gravity while we move in the shadow. Glock Mac, demolitionist. If that vault don't open easy, he makes it open loud.
We've got a problem. Nothing's in here.
What the fuck you mean, nothing's in there?
Wait.
What's going on? Butter, come in. Talk to me.
There's another vault.
What the fuck you mean there's another vault? You said these were the most updated plans.
They are. It must be a new vault.
I wonder if they're using AI for the music too. It's a good little fucking little music bed for this.
Hello? You read me? I got it. I need a new way out.
Go to Plan Beef Bravo. Glockmac, you there?
Already ahead of you.
Lil Butter, get to the roof. Glockmac's gonna bust you out.
Charge is set.
Blow that motherfucker to smithereens.
Yeah, these don't all hit the same. This one doesn't hit the same. All right, let's get back. Let's see what we're missing here. We could have just missed all the good action. Oh, big tsunami.
はい、現在こちら大洗上空になっております。地上付近のですね、風の強さもあるのですが、上空から見るとかなり波打ち際、波が白くなっているのが上空からでもわかります。
The Japanese narration really adds authenticity to this.
河口付近なんですが、 ちょっとこちら上空からの映像分かりますでしょうか。波紋というかですね、水が遡上しているとは言い切れないんですが、このような今、状態にはなっております。特に大きな、波の遡上とは確認できませんが、今現場はこのような状況です。以上です。
Nope, no subtitles available. Anybody speak Japanese? Anybody? I think shit's getting real in Japan right now. I mean, of course, if there's any chance of a tsunami hitting anywhere, it's always going to be fucking Japan, dude. Here we go. We'll do another one.
White boy summer. Nah, it's fat nigga spring break. And you already know where the big body king's dropping.
This is the first one I remember watching.
Miami Beach. These skinny frat boys thought they had our turf on lock. Thought they could flood the beach with White Claws and weak-ass EDM playlists. Little did they know, the fat niggas was plotting. And they weren't ready for the shade we casting from above. Hallelujah, it's raining fat niggas. For these big fellas, the sky is no limit. The frat boys running for their lives, sandals flying. The snow bunnies already switching teams.
Babe, I think I like big vacations.
These big boys touch down and take over.
Babe, let me oil you up.
Fat niggas don't need no sunscreen, baby. Beach chairs, too small, bring out the throne. These frat boys are still fighting for space in the shade. Meanwhile, the fat niggas soaking up all the sunlight. Ain't no SPF 100 strong enough to stop this level of melanin and money. These skinny boys came for spring break, but left with seasonal depression.
Fat Daddy, can I be your little beach bunny just for the week?
Fat nigga spring break ain't about beer pong and splitting the check. It's about being heavy in both pockets and presence. Seasons change, and this spring break belongs to the brothers. Hey, yo, shut the fuck up. It's fat nigga season.
Oh, man. Yeah. There's some good AI shit, guys. It exists. I think this is Japan, too. I'm not sure, though.
newsnow.com, and we saw the tsunami warning like we're talking about after 1:30. Now we're approaching that window of time, an hour left. It was anywhere from 5 to 6 hours to get here. Now it is 6:10, expected to come our way at 7:10, so within the hour. Magnitude 8.8, and you can see a lot of energy. The caliber of earthquakes significant, falling under that 8 to 9 magnitude. Great when you take a look at the severe damage, loss of life. This happens anywhere from about 1 to 10 years. So we are seeing a lot of energy that's happening over the Pacific Ocean, along that fault line, a lot of shaking, as you know. The Earth's plates rub together, causing an underwater earthquake. And we saw the depth that came through, very high in depth. I'm sure you're getting the warnings right now. The earthquake causes a...
Dude, I hate that fucking noise, dude. That noise always goes off at like 3 a.m. when I'm like perfectly asleep, having the greatest sleep of my life. Oh, there's a officer involved shooting the fucking 8 hours away from you.
A vertical push of seawater that causes the tsunami waves. And with that, as the waves spread into shallow waters, it grows in height. And we're seeing these travel thousands and thousands of miles across the Pacific Ocean. It could travel so fast that we could think about
Fat N on the moon is the best only on Instagram.
Okay.
It takes you so long to travel. Well, these are traveling at 500 miles per hour over the Pacific Ocean, over open waters, and then it gets here within that 6 hour window. So taking a look at history, really interesting when we dive
advisories in places like Guam. So this is not just for the United States, or not just for Canada, or even for the Northern Hemisphere, but again, Pacific-wide. Doesn't mean everyone's going to see 20-foot waves. Some waves will be, maybe a foot, maybe 3 feet, less than a meter, right? But some waves could be destructive, and that's what we are seeing here right now in Japan, where they have been looking at about 10-foot waves in parts of Japan. And obviously 10-foot waves over the course of many hours can do some damage. Now, Japan does have some infrastructure to try and help mitigate problems from earthquakes and tsunamis, but it's nonetheless something that folks needed to take seriously in Japan, have certainly taken seriously, and it's something that folks in Hawaii need to take seriously, and us here in Northern California as well. Again, it may not sound like much when we're talking about just a few foot waves, but when you constantly have those waves for 9 to 30 hours, like is forecast here for the North Coast, it's something that we absolutely need to take seriously. So let's go ahead and go back to the map, and we'll run through the situation that we've got. We've talked about Hawaii. Tsunami
本日8時25分頃、カムチャッカ半島付近を震源とするマグニチュード 8.7 の地震が発生いたしました。この地震に伴い、北海道から和歌山県の太平洋側の沿岸に津波警報が発表され、高いところで3メートル程度の津波が予想されております。警報が発表されている地域の皆様は、直ちに高台や避難ビルなどの安全な場所に避難をしてください。現時点で人的物的被害は確認中との報告を受けております。
Okay, a 10-foot tsunami. A 10-foot tsunami. And if you're saying it right, it's Tsunami. According to George from Star Trek. What was his fucking name? The Asian dude that was on Stern all the time? He used to fight with people because they'd say tsunami, and he'd be like, no, it's Tsunami. A 10-foot tsunami, while not the largest imaginable, can still be incredibly destructive and dangerous. It can cause significant flooding, damage to buildings and infrastructure, and pose a serious threat to human life. So it sounds like not a worst case scenario, but could still be bad. But I guess that's what we're seeing here. It's been, yeah, a 10-foot rise in fucking the sea. And, but yeah, it looks like they're not getting hit with the worst yet. Let's see what the update is on Russia.
Pretty extensive damage there in Russia, pretty significant. Obviously, partial building collapse there. It's an 8.8 magnitude earthquake.
Look, if any of the women in Russia are in danger, send them over here. Send those Russian women over here. We will take care of them.
And that looks like some of the water that maybe has rushed out to sea. Pre-tsunami, what happens is the water kind of gets pulled out into the ocean as the wave generates, and that may have been what we were looking at there. Yeah, just 8.8 magnitude earthquake is something quite extensive, and it's no wonder why we've got this Pacific-wide threat. We've talked about it. We'll run through it one more time, and we'll have another update coming up here at about 10 o'clock once we start, that's when we expect to start seeing the first waves coming into Hawaii. So tsunami warning for Hawaii, that continues through the overnight hours, but now, as we come back to the maps, we have a tsunami warning for the North Coast as well. This is the northern half of Cape Mendocino all the way up to the Oregon state line, and the primary reason for this, I was communicating with the Tsunami Warning Center in Slack, the primary reason for this is the concern for the Crescent City area, because we're going to have about 30 hours of up to about 5-foot waves in the far northwestern part of the state. So that's why tsunami warning for the North Coast, but tsunami advisory for the rest of the California coast, down through the San Francisco Bay Area, into East Bay, North Bay, South Bay, even into parts of the Delta. We've got that tsunami advisory there because it's all tidally driven, right? Whatever happens in the Bay does affect what happens in the Delta. This continues for Monterey Bay. This continues down the Central Coast into Southern California as well through the overnight hours. Yeah. So the difference between a advisory and a warning is, it may seem subtle, but it's important. A watch is issued when the potential exists for tsunami waves. And we did have a watch for a little while across the West Coast, and then it was pretty quickly upgraded to tsunami advisory. This is an advisory is for when largely non-destructive but still hazardous tsunami waves are inbound. You don't want to be in the water, you don't want to be near the water if a tsunami's coming in, even if the waves are on the smaller side. But with a tsunami warning, these are typically destructive waves that can happen when you have maybe 5-foot waves for 30 hours like we're expecting up near Crescent City, but it can also happen when you have larger waves like what Hawaii may see in terms of 9-foot plus waves. It happens like what Alaska sees with multiple large waves coming in. Japan, we've seen what's been going on in Japan. That's when you get those tsunami warnings, and that requires immediate action to protect life. Very quickly, tsunami arrival times tonight in California, about 11:50 in Fort Bragg, 11:55 Crescent City, where that warning is. Monterey, about 12:15. San Francisco, 12:40. Southern California, after 1 o'clock in the morning, between about 1:05 and 1:15. How big are the waves going to be? Not that big, likely. Fort Bragg, about 1.3 feet. Crescent City, close to 5 feet. Port San Luis, 3.7 feet. And the rest of California is looking at waves about a foot or less. But, like I'd been saying, these are multiple waves, a series of waves that last several hours, so it's important to go ahead and come away from the water. Now's the time. We still got 2 or 3 hours.
They shouldn't even say how tall the waves are going to be because it makes it seem like it's not shit. Oh, 4.8 feet? What? Get that bitch wave out of my face. Like, no, it could actually still be bad. But it makes it sound not so bad. I don't know. Maybe that's a good sign. But then I just pulled this up. Whoa, that's bad. I'm not sure how to read this, how to interpret this. But this looks like there's a problem here. Observe water levels at 1619. Yeah, okay, whatever time that is. Sand Island, Midway. So this is the Midway Islands, which is one of the few, I think, centers where they can measure if the waves are getting bigger. And yeah, a little after 1600, whatever LST, LDT, whatever time that is. So something seems to be happening.
It depends on where you are. Some of the data that we've been looking at have been indicating that we might get a tsunami anywhere from maybe 3 to 9 feet, but that is not for certain. What we do know is that this uncertainty means that we need to evacuate nonetheless, because again, there's a distinct lack of data when you look at the globe. We're in the middle of the Pacific, and basically there's nothing in this large area back here or, over here that tells us exactly how big a wave is going to be, how big a tsunami is. We've got all the dart buoys that are like right along the coastline, so that'll give us the initial indication. But then when you get to the actual in the middle of the ocean, we have to guess, basically.
We're kind of in just kind of a waiting period right now. Again, we've been reporting all afternoon and all evening that we're waiting to see the data from the Midway Atoll. That's typically our first chance to see the size.
That's what I just showed you. That was the data.
The northwest, or comes
that's from a few minutes ago.
Seen in 2011 with Japan. We have to wait to see how it propagates across the Pacific Ocean, and we're about at that time where we're expecting to get that data soon. And as soon as we hear from the Midway buoys, we will report that as soon as we can. And now we're within 1 hour right now. As of on air, it's 6:20 p.m. The original estimates for the Hanalei arrival of the tsunami, 7:10 p.m. We're within 50 minutes of the arrival, or the estimated arrival. It's not going to be exact.
50 minutes.
海に打ち上げられているものとみられます。
Save the whales. The whales are getting
今回の
beached.
津波との関連というのは情報が入っていませんけれども、千葉県館山市の海岸、クジラが打ち上げられている様子がわかります。何頭もクジラがいる様子がわかります。
Japanese women have such a gentle way of speaking, don't they?
Take care of your family first and make sure they are aware of the threat.
The other thing to remember is that even though we might not know the size of the wave, again, and just reiterating, this is not a surf wave. This is an entire column of water that goes from the ocean surface down to the bottom of the ocean. And as that ocean bottom starts to get higher and higher, as it gets closer to land, that energy is going to be going up into the, basically, going upward and spreading out. And so we could still see some very strong currents, even if the wave is not there. Right now, we've got a live press conference to take to you. I think this is over at the Hawaii Emergency Management Agency.
Aloha, we're going to give another quick update here. As everyone has heard several times, a very significant earthquake off of Kamchatka, creating a wave. Important data point, when the wave passed through Midway Atoll, it was in total from peak to trough, okay, trough to peak, 6 feet. That means a 3-foot wave riding on the top of the ocean. And that was the piece of data we got just a few moments ago. We're tracking the wave at several different points. As I said, at Johnson Atoll, we had that wave at 3 feet amplitude. We will also be getting data from Wake Island, and the Aleutians are seeing some waves. And then finally, French frigate shoals at 6:33 p.m. We expect more data. Guam will see some waves at 6:57 p.m., but we are still expecting this significant wave. So everyone has to continue to be vigilant. There are a few other things that I need to report as to the evacuation that should be maintained.
So it's 3-foot waves that they've read coming from Midway. 3 feet does not sound scary. Yeah, I mean, I guess it could grow, right? It could get bigger. But yeah, I mean, that doesn't sound very scary.
Absolutely beyond the waves hit on.
You should still listen to whatever. Whatever the authorities are telling you to do. If they're telling you to evacuate, get to higher ground, you should still fucking do that. But as a non-expert, when you tell me the waves are 3 feet, I'm like, okay, what? I'm worried about a 3-foot wave. But yeah, listen to the experts. I don't fucking know. A 3-foot wave could be fucking bad.
Only give the all clear when we feel there's total safety. We have begun coordination for additional people. The homeless coordination has been ongoing. We're making sure individuals without houses are notified of the tsunami warning and they're being removed from the areas. That coordination is going on all islands. We're working with service providers everywhere. I will say, once again, this is a very serious event. We have Black Hawks activated. We have high water vehicles ready to go. So we will be able to rescue people, but please do not put yourself in harm's way. Make sure you actually evacuate right now. We're going to have another update from everyone soon at 6:50. You'll hear one more alarm, remember, at 6:40. That's 30 minutes out from when the first wave is expected to hit Kauai, and that will be the last alarm you'll have. But we will give constant updates. I'm going to turn it over now to General Logan.
Aloha and good evening. Thank you, Governor. So the Hawaii National Guard remains postured as I described earlier. We've placed liaison officers into all the emergency management agencies within all the counties to create a near real-time response capability. We also have additional forces that have been activated. The governor touched on this, but we have high water vehicles, which are those with large tires, big engines that can do a variety of different mission sets, and we have soldiers that are already manning those. We also have additional aircraft placed into an alert capacity with crews that can do a variety of mission sets, which are medevac, search and rescue, and hoist off.
So people are posting this looks like the apocalypse. What do the birds know? All the birds are leaving, going inland. I don't know. It's not enough evidence in this video, but that is something that happens with tsunamis. The animals will get the fuck out of there. They seem to know ahead of time. They seem to have some sort of sense that we don't have. I remember this story of this little girl. She was in Thailand, I think, or I forgot where. It was one of the places where that 2006, the Boxing Day tsunami, like devastated it. And she was on the beach riding an elephant, because they would let people ride the elephant. Like you'd go to the beach and pay them $10 or whatever, and you can get on the elephant and take a picture and ride the elephant. And as she was getting on the elephant just took off and started running away from the beach. And everybody was freaked out. They were like, what the fuck's the elephant doing? Turns out that elephant saved that little girl's life, because that elephant knew if that fucking tsunami was coming. So listen to the animals. I mean, just my dog, whenever there's a thunderstorm, I know there's going to be a thunderstorm or like something's up, because he starts getting like real energetic, like hours before the fucking thunderstorm will come. Animals have a weird sixth sense with that shit. So yeah, but I don't know about this one. More of the gridlock in Hawaii. That looks like fun. Imagine there's a giant wave coming down this block and you just can't get out of your car and run. Oh man, that stress that gives me anxiety. I hate fucking traffic.
So far, FEMA's postured to support the state at this time. Thank you.
Mahalo, Administrator Barros. Finally, we will bring up the Director of Business, Economic Development and Tourism, James Kunane Tokioka.
Mahalo. Aloha. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I will give an update on
It's another young girl learned the signs of tsunamis in school and warned a bunch of beachgoers. Yeah, I haven't heard that story, but yeah, I know I've heard the story of people seeing the water receding and going out and just being like, oh, what? Ain't that odd? What's going on? The water's leaving. And it's like, yeah, the people who knew at that point got the fuck out of there. But some people just don't know. If you're by the ocean and the water starts going away, starts receding super fast, you need to be moving to high ground quick.
Visitor industry and what we're doing to the visitors that are here in Hawaii and informing them. I've been in contact with Jerry Gibson from the Hawaii Hotel Alliance and Jeff Wagner. We leaned on them during the Maui wildfire to help us, so we're leaning on them now. And the properties that are along the coastline are being asked to evacuate vertically, 4 floors and above. Some of the people have left the hotels, and the ones that have left the hotels to go to the airport, if they need a place to stay, when the airport is shut down.
There's the 3-foot wave, guys.
Then they should call the property that they came from to see if.
I'm making jokes, but seriously, you
can
evacuate if they're telling you to evacuate.
I want to ensure that their friends and family on the mainland understand that there is a plan, and I think we need to give the governor and Administrator Barros and General Logan, big kudos, because there was a lot of training that went on after the wildfires, and this is the perfect opportunity for us to put those training, what we learned in training, into place. So thank you all for that, and be patient with each other. God bless you all.
And God bless you, sir.
Mahalo, Director Tokioka. At this time, we will open up for questions from the media, and I will call upon everyone one at a time. And I'm going to start with Ashley from Hawaii Public Radio.
First question. Why do you sound so stupid? You sound like you could barely speak English. What's going on there? Are you on drugs? God bless
So
her.
the question is asking, can we clarify and kind of give deeper details to what a 6-foot wave means?
I think that's a very important question to clarify. So when we describe this wave, it's probably more accurate to describe it as having an amplitude of 3 feet above its base. When the water pulls back from a tsunami, you have the base drop. That becomes the trough of a wave to a peak, which is higher. That full distance from peak to trough is 6 feet. This would be 3-foot wave riding across the top of the surf. I wanted to remind people, this is not just like a wave comes off the shore, a 3-foot wave smacks down on the beach. This is a longitudinal wave with great force driving through the shoreline and into land. That's why we ask people to evacuate very far back. People asked if there was a generic way to describe.
All right, so 3 feet is serious, guys. This is not like just a regular 3-foot wave, okay? Seriously. I mean, go get safe.
How far you have to get away from the shoreline to be absolutely safe. It's at least 4,000 feet. That's the better part, that's 4/5 of a mile, basically. That's why these inundation zones, which you can see on the map, which show red, are not just a few feet off of the shoreline. It is, again, not just a 3-foot wave. It is a forceful wall of water that will move across the shoreline and into the community if we ultimately get hit by this tsunami. We will get extra information as we go. It was described to us that it is impossible to predict until we get closer exactly how large the wave. It could be significantly larger than that, and it also could be smaller. We're aware of that. A little bit of history, just so people know real quickly. In 1946, before we had alarms, on tragically April Fool's Day in 1946, the tsunami hit Hilo. It was started by an earthquake that was 8.6. This one is larger. It took 4.5 hours to hit Hawaii. That year, we lost 159 loved ones. It was the middle of the day. Another tsunami that came in 1960 that hit Hilo, also there, came from Chile. It was a 9.5 magnitude, which is an extraordinarily large earthquake. That was on May 22nd, 1960, took out 500 homes. That caused a 35-foot wave. It happened at 1 a.m. in the morning, which is why we lost 61 loved ones that year. So we will not be out of the woods until we come past first the wave that strikes Kauai, and then we'll see where it inundates along the rest of the shoreline. Again, it will not just hit some parts of the island, it should probably spread around the islands. And so you can expect waves everywhere provided that that tsunami does hit as we expect.
Andrew, Honolulu Star Advertiser.
You answered a couple of questions I had already. What about electric utilities? They, at least Hawaiian Electric says they're coordinating with emergency management folks.
So yeah, everybody's of course, tsunami bomb. If they were, the weapons themselves were never fully developed or used. The tsunami bomb was an attempt during World War II to develop a tectonic weapon that could create destructive tsunamis. Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to attack Japan, that's you can make the tsunamis happen. The project commenced after United States Navy officer E.A. Gibson noticed small waves generated by explosions used to clear coral reefs. The idea was developed by the United States and New Zealand military in a program codenamed Project SEAL. The weapon concept was deemed feasible, but the weapons themselves were never fully developed. Yeah. Here comes all the conspiracies, boys. It's a tsunami bomb. I doubt it. It's, earthquakes happen.
Communities, there are going to be significant amounts of debris that can damage these poles. They will be out in force immediately once they get the all clear. They will also have to wait for the all clear because we can't afford to lose anyone driving along the roads. And we also don't want to send the wrong message. Anyone could be confused by seeing, anyone other than General's team out there. You can expect everyone to stay off the road. But we will do search and rescue throughout.
Lei'ui, KITV4.
Andrew had my question about the electric grid. So my question is, what specific criteria moving forward, whether it be seismic activity, are you guys looking at to lower the threshold of the tsunami warning and going down?
So it's a request to describe sort of the
these are all the
criteria
times
for
the
how we move
tsunami's
down from a
arriving,
warning
so.
moving forward. Mike,
First part.
If you're in one of
first
those
part will be
areas,
the actual
FYI.
progression of the waves. So at 6:50, which is about 17 minutes from now, we'll resume our next meeting. We're probably getting data almost as we speak from Wake Island and then the French frigate shoals. That was expected in this moment. So they'll be giving us some extra wave data. But that first wave will hit
about the title?
around 7:10. And
You can also restart the video from the beginning to when I talked about it.
To hit other
These
parts
are
of
long
the
streams.
islands.
Not every
So we'll be
stream
able
is going to be
give
just
kind of
talking about
constant
one thing.
updates about where the waves are. As you can imagine, there are going to be people out there communicating on social media. Again, please just stay home. Let the waves ride.
It really is annoying how people find anything to complain about. It's like anything to complain about, guys. Any excuse to complain, you guys take it. If you're interested in what the title of this video is, go to the beginning of the stream. And I'm not going to waste my time changing the title just to change it back again, because I always want the first thing I talk about to be what's in the title. So get over it. You also have the ability to scroll through this stream. So if you want to go back and watch what I talked about at the beginning, just scroll back to the beginning of the stream, guys.
Take several hours after that.
Or Guy,
to
the
see
one guy complaining.
That amplified
Measurements as soon as we hear specifically what the French frigate shoals show. That's going to be helpful. As we hear those data, we'll be able to push some of that out, perhaps on social media. We'll come back out again repeatedly throughout. But soon we're going to see the wave. In about 3 minutes, everyone can expect the final siren, which is 6:40, and then we will hopefully see everyone out of harm's way, and we'll begin to tell you how the waves actually hit.
One final question from Daryl.
So given the size of this wave, what is the vulnerable infrastructure other than the electric grid?
So given the size of the wave, what is the vulnerable infrastructure besides the electric grid?
A couple quick things, and then I'll have General come up. I mean, this is about 3 feet, okay? But a wave of water, that means it can move cars, it will throw fences around. If it hits, it can dislodge trees. That's why you
Think about it. I'm going to change the title every time I talk about like some episodes. I literally have 30 different topics I talk about. I'm going to sit there changing the title every time I change the topic. Get over it, dude.
just can't be out there. The
Get over
impact
it,
is
bro.
at great speed. Any structure that gets loose and strikes an individual could take them out. And people can drown quite easily with the force of that kind of wave. So again, people have to really distinguish the waves we are accustomed to on the coast every day versus a tsunami. It's a different beast altogether. And of course, if it gets much larger, they do anticipate it could be larger. That's why they get multiple measurements. It's even more dangerous, even more forceful. Houses will be damaged. There will be debris all over the place if we do get a full tsunami.
So essentially, they don't know anything right now.
Yeah, the federal government classifies critical and are vulnerable. We don't know what those impacts are going to be, and we're constantly evaluating those because not just a tsunami here, but a hurricane could have similar effects. Most of our airports are also near sea level, except for some of the smaller ones. So it's good that we have the Department of Transportation participatory in the update meetings that we're having so they can anticipate what those impacts might be. And then we have plans in place to try to assist to get those back operational as quickly as possible. The governor did talk about many of our road networks are near sea level in our coastal regions and quite possibly to the road itself, or all the power lines and all the other infrastructure that goes along with it may be impacted by some type of wave or tsunamic system. So we're careful about that. We don't have a compiled list together yet, but in just about every hazard that we have, it's incorporated into our all hazards plan. And we're either going to be directly able to help assist in its recovery or call in additional assets as necessary.
Expect in one moment the next alarm, so why don't we actually pause now and we'll come back to you in short order. We should have more data, but if we don't come back to you, just please everyone be very safe, and we'll begin to report on the waves as we get direct observations. Kind of around, we still anticipate 30 minutes from now, around 7:10. Thank you for being safe.
Yeah, we're 30 minutes now.
And that was just really good information provided by the governor there and officials about the first measurements that they got from a Midway.
I'm going to say right now, it's sounding like it's not going to be that bad, but nobody's saying it's not going to be that bad because they don't want to be wrong and then it's bad and people don't evacuate. But it's sounding like it could not be that bad. But the fuck is, what are we looking at here? Hopefully it isn't. Hopefully it isn't. But yeah, you should still follow whatever your local reports are saying. Is that the wall? It's like completely submerged at this point. It looks a little different than it looked before. Yeah. See what she's saying.
30 minutes away from the estimated arrival of the first
Love that noise.
tsunami waves that will arrive in Hanalei on the Garden Isle on the island of Kauai.
And Governor Green also said that this will be the last siren.
This will be the last
so the 6:40 siren that just went off right now, we'll be having more updates from emergency officials. But in the meantime, we do want to go back to our first alert weather team, kind of breaking down what Governor Green was talking about, because this is really the first time that we've gotten some real data in regard to impact on this.
Just
so
not
let's
much
send it
going on
over
here.
to Ben
Got 30
Gutierrez at
minutes.
the First Alert Weather Center. Ben, how do we process and digest what the governor just said in terms of measurements?
Well, he's been talking about trough to crest, and of course, that is at the buoy over at Midway Atoll, which is, I'm going to try and zoom out here, and it is actually right, if we didn't have, hang on here just a second, because we've been working on trying to get some of the data to you. We're looking at, hang on just a second, I'm just going to erase the satellite imagery. Honolulu is there, you can see that. And then we're going to try and put at least some kind of indicator as to where the Midway is approximately, I'll just put it right about here or thereabouts. I've got two that the passes, yeah. So let's see, hang on just a second. We're just gonna try and zoom out a little bit.
Just so we can see the labels real quick. Again, Midway Atoll is off to our northwest. That's typically where we see information from approaching tsunamis. And one of the reasons we are a little bit concerned about this is kind of the way that the seafloor works here in Hawaii. Unlike the continents, we don't have a continental shelf really that's right offshore. You don't see very shallow water really quickly. The Hawaiian Islands, of course, are formed volcanically, and they're essentially steep mountains in the ocean. So there's a very steep drop off into Pacific water. And
If you
Ben
can go back to the Weather
Stevens
Center
super
for just a
chatted
second, because I
$10.
think
Last
what
week
we can do is show
7.4
you a
in that
little
same
bit. So
spot.
here we
A
have
week
the
before
map of
that,
the island.
7.2 off the coast of Alaska. Dig into the pole shift, 50 kilometers/year, and our weakening magnetic field at a solar maximum in solar cycle 25.
Sounds interesting. I know we're definitely fucking the Earth.
It means
is
that
moving.
we do have at least a column of water that may
Thank
be
you, Ben
about 3
Stevens.
feet tall. That is in the open ocean
See ya.
because it is still pretty deep. Let's zoom back in on the Hawaiian Islands.
There's a lot
and
of
then we can
earthquakes,
show you a
huh?
little bit
So
of
that's
what we
more
call
than normal, I would
lithography,
assume.
Which is like the opposite of topography, which is what you see on land. Bathymetry, rather, is what we have. So if you look at areas like Honolulu Bay, and we'll just go to a close-up, we can see, like right here at Honolulu Bay, it might be a little bit shallower over here, and so that means that the energy is going to start coming in a little bit higher. And we do have another press conference right now. Mayor Rick Blangiardi of Honolulu is about to take the podium.
Have already gotten to safe places. And the fact is, I would encourage you to keep watching. We'll try to update you as much as we possibly can. One of the things that's developed, we brought our team here, and I want Chief Vanek is going to speak to you in a moment, is that at 6:30 tonight, we began a contraflow to traffic to send everything Mocha. So any one-way streets.
All right, I changed the title. You complainers won.
Get on there and head Mocha. So if you know somebody who's stuck in traffic, and we know there's a lot of people still stuck in traffic, if you could place that call, I'll let Chief and Roger Morton, the head of Transportation Services, give you a little bit more detail. But we want to reverse that. We're trying to get everybody out of harm's way. Okay? So again, if you're watching us now, you know somebody who's stuck in traffic, okay, tell them they've got to be very careful because we can't have the lights. I don't know how many patrol officers we have out there to direct traffic. Be careful, but you can go out on a one-way street and head Malka. So with that, I'd like to bring up Chief Vanek.
Thank you, Mayor. So the first thing I'd like to say is just to echo what the Mayor said is make sure you're listening to the first responders if they're giving you directions. Definitely if they're telling you to evacuate, evacuate. If they're giving you directions to drive in a certain direction,
in 25 minutes. So it's supposed to hit
The next thing
Hawaii.
I'd like to
25
ask
minutes.
And tell you is if you don't need to be on the roads, don't be on the roads. If you've arrived at a safe location, like if it's your house, a friend's house, a shelter, or just somewhere safe, stay there. And stay there until it's safe. If you don't need to be on the roads, don't be on the roads. Stay there until you get the all clear. And then finally, if you don't...
And watch, the next complaint's going to be from the video on demand people when they click the video and they go, why are you talking about the Epstein files and not talking about the tsunami? There's no winning, guys. There's no winning.
Need to call 911, don't inundate the 911 system. We have a lot of officers out there, they're responding to emergencies. So if you don't need to call 911, unless of course it's an emergency, stay off the 911 system because we need our officers to be able to respond to actual emergencies and calls for 911. With that, let me turn it over to Director Roger Morton.
See what happens, man. Let's stick it
Thank
out.
you. I know it's been a rough day on the highways today. The good news is it seems to be we're clearing a little bit, but the word that but since 2 p.m. we have been adjusting our traffic lights to facilitate Malcolm Mackay travel, and we're continuing to do that. In addition, HPD dispatch has been getting their officers to give directions right on the street. My message really is we're half an hour out from when we anticipate this wave to hit. If you're on an east-west coastal highway, now is the time to calculate, are you going to be on high ground?
Guy's kind of odd,
If you
isn't
have
he?
any doubts, you need to get up Malka side immediately because that's where
Because Waffles, this is why I don't like to read the comment section, because it's just people complaining. Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Blah, 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 blah. So it's like, it just triggers me. It's like, why don't you just watch the fucking stream and stop trying to tell me what to do every 10 seconds? I don't like I have enough things to worry about. Now I got to worry about changing the title every time I talk about something different. Every time I talk about something, I got to go back and change the title. Another fucking thing to do. Clearly I don't want to do, but okay, you won. I changed the title.
We're going to have a problem is on our coastal highways, on Kamehameha.
I hate people complaining. I don't know if you guys realize this, but when I read the chat and people are complaining, it fucking pisses me off. So I'm allowed to be annoyed by people fucking complaining.
Other highways around the island. So that's the message that we have is that police on downtown areas are facilitating travel up. It's been a rough day. I know it took a long time for people to get out, but now's the time to get to high ground.
So hnlalert.gov. Would like to thank the mayor for his
This is
leadership.
Japan.
We have enacted or proclaimed a local state of emergency that has opened up all the funding and all the resources and all the decisions that we need to make sure that we can keep people safe. And so with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Ireland.
Good evening, Jim Ireland, Department of Emergency Services. EMS has had a really busy afternoon and early evening. I want to thank all our paramedics, dispatchers, and EMTs for just all the hard work that they've done today. We have an emergency plan for this type
Mako
of scenario.
super chatted $1.99. Change the title to Jerome the
Potentially responding
Rhinoceros.
and may not be able to respond into the inundations zones as we get closer to the predicted wave arrival.
I'm not
That
saying
time's
anything,
already
MKO. I can't address the complainers.
emergencies that are in the inundation zone or
I just have to ignore them.
we may or may
They
not
just
be able to
annoy me.
respond over the next 45 minutes and potentially longer until we get the all clear. EMS has had a variety of calls today, just like any other day, but we've had, it seems like an excessive amounts of
I don't think we're going to hear much until
accident up in Laie,
we got 20
another
minutes,
accident
21 minutes now.
as well as Pearl City. So
I don't know,
just wanted
man.
to echo what the other said as far as just
Let's hope
taking your time, drive
it's nothing
safely, be
bad.
careful, because we
And
don't
it's all
want to
just
tie up ambulances and resources for preventable accidents.
just safety precautions.
Be careful again.
And nothing
heed
really
warnings,
happens. Let's hope
get to
that.
higher ground now.
It's looking that way to
advice,
me,
we're
but
really coming
I don't want
in
to jinx
close
it.
now to the predicted wave time.
This
So
is
as we get
Hawaii right
closer,
here.
Again, EMS may or may not be able to respond to a call in the inundation zone. Corps, which is also in my department, has been very busy since about 4 o'clock today.
And this is
They've been
Japan,
going
but
to coastal areas to help inform and give notice of evacuations. To
looks
our
like that
homeless,
wall is holding up in Japan
and
so far.
populations in these areas. They haven't been able to hit everywhere on the island, but they've tried to hit the busiest and most populous areas for the homeless. So again, a very busy afternoon and potentially evening for EMS. We have called in extra resources. Our ambulance bus is staffed if we need that later, and we'll be standing by with everybody else to see what exact impact this event.
All right, watch this about the
to
pole
new
shift.
government tracking of the Earth's magnetic pole.
This is the quickest one I could pull up. I don't know if this is a good video or not, but the dude mentioned the pole shift, so we got time to
The
kill.
brand new site is up and kicking and much better than the old one. We're running the magnetic North Pole motion here, slowly traipsing around northern Canada for a few centuries.
Waffles, I get it, dude. It was a good suggestion, but I hear that a lot from people. Like, this is a 2, 3, 4 hour fucking show. It can go anywhere. Like, people can fucking say, hey, react to this video, do this, do that. There's no way to accurately have a title that's going to capture everything I'm doing at every moment. And I hear that complaint a lot. It's like, why don't you title this? Oh, when are you going to talk about this? It's in this. It's like, I talked about it. And now I'm talking about something else. At some point, if I have a loyal enough audience that I know they're going to show up no matter what, I'll stop naming the stream. I'll just be like, Pink Trip live stream, come have fun. And then it'll be easier. But at this point, I don't know if I give titles like that if people are still going to show up. But if they do, I'll just name it a fucking generic Pink Strip live stream and then the date. I could give a fuck about the title. It's annoying having to even think about the title. I have to put too much time into thinking about the title.
And then, the acceleration. The magnetic pole shift is a
This is the
cyclical
pole
event
shift,
on Earth,
which
and
is
it's
what people are claiming is causing so many earthquakes.
pretty major. NOAA experienced it. They line up with the Younger Dryas catastrophe, the last glacial maximum, and every Heinrich event in the last 50,000 years. Major losses of species come with every event, and earlier today, in the morning show, we covered 2 special reports by ALLATRA, a collection of scientists who have also come to the conclusion we're about to experience Earth's disaster cycle. Now, I want to be clear. I have major questions about this.
God damn. You think AI does good titles, P-Money? Are you retarded? AI has the worst fucking titles, dude. They're all generic and they never work. People think the AI is going to give them the title. I've asked AI for suggestions and titles, and I've tried a few of them, worst performing videos of all time. Everybody's going to just be using what the AI tells them to do, and there's going to be no creativity. And yeah, ask the AI for a title. No, I just try to title the first thing I talk about on the episode. I've said this a million times. Whatever the first topic I get into, that's usually the title. And if there's enough room, maybe I'll add like and more or something, you know?
This group and especially their ringleader. But when they cite their sources, I can review it myself, and there is a lot of good stuff in here. That's what I'm going to show you. In the first report, they identify the fact that there are magnetic anomalies, not just climatological ones, and that can't be blamed on human pollution. In fact, we're seeing changes on the other planets too. It's a solar system shift. But it was the other report that really spun me sideways yesterday, and we're going to go over key points and then 2 scary points I mentioned this morning. So first, excellent job identifying the fact that Earth's rotation speed is increasing, shortening the length of a day. It's another thing you can't blame on humans. They break down the 1990s pole shift event that sent us from losing 5% of the field per century to 5% every decade, and which shot the movement of the poles into...
But don't these earthquakes also cause the pole shift in a way? Because I remember reading that like the 2006 tsunami actually changed, you know, the Earth's fucking tilt or whatever. So every tsunami is like changes a little bit. It's always, I mean, shit's always fucking moving. This is why like it's stupid, the climate change shit. It's like, oh yeah, we're causing all this. No, it's not our constant changing orientation with the sun. That's not causing things to change. It's us. It's us. But yeah, all right. Definitely shit is shifting. I don't know if this is causing the earthquakes or a result of the earthquakes. Let's get back to this. Where are we at? 15 minutes.
If you're in a safe place, stay there until somebody tells
This
you.
guy's just, he just wants all the spotlight, dude. No one cares already. Fucking.
Yes, ma'am.
Gotta be something better to talk about. Let me see if there's any other news. So I remember this guy from the fires. Isn't this the same guy from the Hawaii fires?
You know, we've got everybody out there between HPD, our fire department, our first responders, EMS, Jim is here. You know, we're going to be on full alert. I mean, we're going to try to do everything we possibly can. You heard the governor say the same thing with all services here. We're all in this together in a moment like this. We will do everything we have with the available resources we have to respond the way people would hope we would respond. That's the best I can tell you. Right now, I'm hoping for the best. We're trying to prepare for the worst. We're hoping for the best. Yes. Yeah, I'll bring up Jim Island as far as the tools. Okay, thank you.
Well, from our standpoint in EMS, we have ambulances, ground ambulances, SUVs. So those are our tools. But I think in the earlier press conference from the governor, he talked about his air assets and the National Guard being on standby. And I can't speak for the Honolulu Fire Department, but they also have air assets. So when we are in a rescue situation, we have seen the air assets for lots of different agencies here and across the country, whether it's National Guard.
I don't anything's gonna fucking happen at this point. I don't know.
Do
Doesn't feel like
rescues
anything's
where
gonna
ground
happen.
Vehicles can't get in. So besides what we have available to respond on the ground, there are those air assets for those other agencies, not ours.
Yeah, and I would like to add, I spoke to Admiral Reagan earlier from the Coast Guard, and they've deployed all of their assets out in the ocean. They're hitting around all the coastlines.
Fox
and they're
News,
also
where did
gonna
that
be
go?
readily available, which is a great
Okay.
resource as well to complement our other resources. Anybody else, guys? Anybody here? Anything else you want to add? Is there anything else?
Mayor, so Dr. Arman said that they can't send their ambulances into the zone right
Trying to see if there's any other news coverage of this. I'm not finding much.
The question is, can we send our HFD or an HPD into the zones that Jim said we're going to keep out of right now if they're in danger zones? Is that right, Wayne?
Yes.
You know, our officers are dedicated, and they're going to put themselves in danger like they do every single day. But I'm going to tell you right now, if there's a 6-foot wave coming at 500 feet per second or whatever it is, I don't think I'd blame them if they don't go rushing into that. But what I will tell you is that our officers are highly dedicated, and as a matter of fact, we've kept back all of our daytime officers. We called in our nighttime officers early. They're not actually even supposed to start until 9 o'clock, but all of them came in early. So we have way more than 100% working right now, and that just goes to show their commitment. I'm have full pride that they're all in, working really hard. All of our support units are in. We'll do what we need to do to make sure that we keep the public safe. And I want to assure you that we're there for you to keep the public safe. And if you need us, we'll be there. We'll answer that call for service.
I'm trying to see if we got any other,
Just an
any
update
late,
on some of the
any more
highways.
news.
Some of our highway routes have been closed. HPD is enforcing closures on Farrington Highway at Waimea Street, at Fort Weaver Road at North Road, no Mackay-bound, ocean-bound traffic, and Fort Weaver Road at Papipi Road, no Mackay ocean-bound traffic is being let through at this point. So be on the lookout. There could be other closures that occur as the officers in the field deem necessary. But those are three that we know of that we're just advising the public.
Any other questions? I want to thank you and all the media outlets for staying on this all afternoon like this and continuing to broadcast here. And let's just all hope for the best, okay? You have a big responsibility, and we're here to answer whatever questions, but we need your help too in reaching the people, and I thank you for that. Again, stay away from social media. No false information. Deal with accuracy. It can make all the difference. Okay? Thank you.
Yeah, stay away from social media where people can tell you right away if something happens. Yeah, stay away from social
And now
media,
this
guys.
is a live look at Hanalei, where the first arrived waves are expected to arrive, at 7:10. That is less than 12 minutes out.
Yeah, we're giving you a live look at Hanalei Bay right now, which is the first site of any sort of
Seattle
anticipated
too? Fuck.
activity. You just heard from Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi saying that, even after we hit that time, we could be in for a long night until that all clear is given. You also heard the emphasized message from emergency officials. You should not be on the roads right now. You should not be in low-lying areas, and do not flood the emergency call system. At this point, you should be at a place where you're safe. You're at an evacuation site. You're at a tsunami assembly area as we kind of wait through and see what this 8.8 magnitude earthquake that originated from Russia earlier this afternoon, 1:30 Hawaii time, what that brings. So again, a live look at Kauai right now. We want to go back to Ben Gutierrez and Drew Davis for their explanation on what we could expect. This is coming off of what we heard from Governor Green getting the first initial readings from the buoy at Midway Atoll. While they do say it's impossible to predict what could be happening here in Hawaii, what you do see at Midway was very newsworthy. What can you tell us, Ben and Drew?
All right, thank you, Mark. Thank you, Steph. Of course, at this time, we're less than 10 minutes out from the potential arrival of the tsunami in Kauai and up near Hanalei. Again, just one last quick look. Of course, we're watching it was a 3-foot wave on top of the ocean.
10 minutes or 9 minutes.
And of course, the waters get very shallow very quick right off of the Hawaiian Islands. Of course, we don't have a continental shelf around us like the continents do, where they have a large area of shallow water and then just a strict drop off into the deep ocean. It gets very shallow very quickly. We're mountains building up underwater. One last quick look at the Kauai evacuation zones. You can see this behind us. Again, less than 10 minutes away. That's when we're expecting to see the tsunami. It might not be exactly at 7:10, but that's the best prediction right now for the arrival of this tsunami. Just taking a quick look, most of Kauai is in the tsunami evacuation zone, at least all of the coastlines. And the reasoning for that is because of all the Mauka areas, the mountains, it pushes right up against the coastline. You don't have very many areas that are highlighted in yellow right here. That indicates the extreme tsunami evacuation zone. And that's for the worst tsunami possible, the worst possible modeled tsunami. We don't expect that that's going to be the case with this one. But again, we have to take precautions across the entire island. Again, less than 10 minutes out. Ben, what can you tell us about the tsunami? We're watching the Hanalei live cam very closely. We've just taken a look out there. What can you tell us?
Well, basically, when you look at the tsunami evacuation map, obviously places like Hanalei and also West Kauai, where you're looking at that area, there's a very big run-up. And then when you look at East Kauai right now, basically Kapa'a,
This is Japan, by the way. I'm still checking this one out.
Ben that area
super chatted $10.
there are some
Love
points.
the music ping. Consider Beethoven Symphony 7 Movement 2.
Yeah, I try to play the same. It's like, yeah, I don't know. I'll look that one up, dude. Thank you for the super chat.
Inland. And
Appreciate
one
it.
point.
That's
We've been talking about
Symphony
a wave.
7?
We could be talking several waves because that would be.
It's got to have the right
the first
volume.
Wave. So
like not be too loud. I have to fight
one.
with
You're
it.
going to have a bunch of them. So
Let's
there
see.
is that possibility where we will see waves possibly for several hours. And you can definitely see as we take a closer look at the island of Kauai evacuation maps, you can definitely see that Hanalei up at the top and
Waffle
also
Super
West
Chat at
Kauai.
$10.
There's
I
a
love
very
the
large
edits of the
area that goes
JRE
inland,
podcast.
and also
So
on
funny.
west, or make that east Kauai.
Thank you, Waffles.
Places like Waialua,
Much appreciated.
also the Kapa'a area, Anahola.
Yeah, I don't think I have.
Hanamaulu. Those areas
me
are
see.
also within that evacuation zone. Kauai also is older geographically, or geologically rather, and so that means there are
Let's see if I
larger
can find it.
rivers. And so that also means that you should stay away from any of the waterways that go inland.
But I'm using Epidemic Sound, so I don't get copyright claims for the music. So they might not have everything when it comes to Beethoven. What's the news?
Kawainui Stream, I believe it is, up in Kailua, where you could see the tsunami wave. It was only about yay high, but you could definitely see something rolling in on the river, headed toward Enchanted Lake. Now, you'll see something on the surface, but at the same time, remember, it goes all the way down to the bottom of the ocean. And so, even if the wave isn't that big, there's going to be strong currents. That's the reason why the Coast Guard has ordered evacuations of the harbors, because boats could be pushed around by these currents and could be pushed into piers, could be pulled away from their moorings, could get loose. We saw that in 2011. We saw boats hitting each other, causing major damage to vessels, also causing major damage to harbor infrastructure.
Bro, it's too hard to find fucking Symphony 7, bro. There is some Beethoven, but I can't find
And we're
Symphony
at
7.
Around 5 minutes out, I believe. It's 7:05, at least on the clocks that we
Not
have
on,
here in
Epidemic
our
Sound.
studio. This is the time where we're watching for potentially water receding. Again, if you're near the beach, of course, go away. Do not stay there to watch
Here's a
the
good one.
tsunami. This is an incredibly strong event, and we're no stranger to the power of water here. in Hawaii.
This is Mozart,
the
though.
Rivers Point. That's a great point. All of that water, that energy rushing in, it's going to impact the entire island potentially when it comes to those rushing waters, rushing up the rivers, and of course the coastlines, of course, will be the most impacted. That's it for Ben and I here.
It doesn't
in
have the
Weather
right
Center.
vibe, dude.
Let's send it over to Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins with more.
Thank you so much. Very good information, gentlemen. We are going to be seeing a lot of action within the next hour. And first, beginning with that receding water and then the rush of energy. So the initial readings that they were talking about in the press conference, 3 feet, lots of forward motion we're talking about. It's almost like a freight train racing across the ocean, initially at speeds of 500, 550 miles per hour. Once it meets the shallow waters, that's when it slows down to speeds of about 30 miles per hour.
I'd probably have to get a copyright claim to play Symphony 7 because I'm not seeing it on Epidemic Sound, dude.
Usually I use
Sorry,
this
bro.
graphic when we talk about flooding
Let me
from
see if I find it in
rain,
the YouTube
but
library.
this shows you the power of water and how incredibly powerful water can be and pick up people, just sweep them right off their feet. 1 foot can pick up cars, 2 feet can move SUVs and heavy trucks. The
Okay.
power of water, especially along those rivers and everything that's
So 3 feet could be bad.
along the mountain base is going to be a big concern, even if it is at 3 feet. So I just wanted to take a close look at the past most affected areas. This is going to be a lot of wraparound energy. That's why we have the tsunami warning for all of the islands. So it doesn't mean we're going to be in the clear for one island or the other, but Hilo does have a history getting hit hard by tsunamis, 1946, 1960, and
4 minutes.
2011. It's known as the hot spot for tsunamis due to the bay's shape. It's incredible of how shallow the waters are, and because of the shape of the bay itself, it actually has some of those waves
Maybe you
get
could
even
save that one
bigger
for,
along Hilo's side. Also, Kona has suffered
If the
damage
fucking
in
tsunami hits-
1975 and 2000.
But yeah, that's Symphony number 5. Yeah, number 7 is like I can't find it on any of the free non-copyright claim music sites. All right, we got 3 minutes until this bitch hits, or the tsunami starts coming in.
Of buoy data that's over the open water. So the wave direction is a big player of what kind of wave will be coming our way with these tsunamis. So we are coming close at 7:07 right now. Initial readings will likely be seeing that receding water at first over on Kauai, and then anywhere from 0.1 to 0.3
let's hope nothing
a
happens.
possibility. And then that energy, like we're talking about, racing across the entire ocean at speeds of 550 miles per hour. That energy is going to get caught up, and so we could see the biggest of the tsunami surges come in during the 8 o'clock hour, and then it's going to be highly unpredictable throughout the night, especially with those strong currents. And that's why evacuation zones, you must just heed to all of those warnings, especially along the coastline, along the rivers, and along anywhere there is water. So taking a closer look at
Thanks,
the
Waffles
readings
and
from
Ben Stevens, for
tonight.
the super chats. Much
So
appreciated.
3 to 4 meters, that translates to 10 to 13 feet.
I got some Beethoven loaded up.
In Hawaii,
But,
initially,
it's not
we're
Symphony
forecasting
7.
1 to 3. With
Symphony
that
5.
Johnston Atoll reading at 3 feet, we could see that energy coming our way around that marker, but it could be even higher, like we're talking about Hilo and the shape of the bay. That could pile up water even more. So that's a big concern after the 7 o'clock hour. And Guam ran anywhere from 1 to 3 meters, which translates to 3 to 10 feet. So historically speaking, we've seen a number of
Pretty calm
tsunamis
right
like
now.
we've been talking about throughout the evening. Over 160 since 1812. The origin, Alaska, Chile, Japan, and Russia. And it can cause a huge surge of energy traveling across the ocean. And like we're talking about this
12:10.
evening, the power of water is
1 minute away.
incredible. And you can see the history
Or
is
actually,
there.
just the time.
Tells a big story. With 1960, magnitude 9.5 arrived 15 hours later, up to 35 feet. In 2010, magnitude 8.1 or 8.
Evacuate to higher ground and to stay in the hotel rooms. The hotel actually came across some
Lady, we can barely fucking hear you.
point. I did try to leave because I have family friends who live not too far away from here. But the roads were so backed up that I couldn't even get out of the Waikiki area. So right now, the very latest, I'll just flip this camera around so you can see what it looks like here, looking out towards the ocean. I'll just zoom in, but we're seeing, just normal waves coming in right now. Those first waves are expected around 7:10. That's according to the Office of Emergency Management here in Hawaii. So we've been getting...
The problem with a lot of classical music is, it's nice to listen to when you're not having a stream because the volume goes up and down, and that's great. That's like, gives emotion to the music. But it sucks when you're trying to talk over it because then it goes from quiet to loud to quiet to loud. They're just like, it's supposed to be the time.
Reaching
supposed to
the
be happening
Hawaiian
right now.
Islands in the next 10 to 15 minutes as tsunami warning. Through the overnight, we're back. I believe this is Waikiki Beach in Hawaii. And yeah, I mean, you see waves coming in, but again, I wouldn't say these are necessarily tsunami waves just yet. It's hard to tell. Definitely seeing more activity though. In terms of waves picking up. We also know that the port of Honolulu has been told to evacuate, so ships have been pushing away from port and staging a little bit offshore. They'll ride it out, I would imagine, just off the coast.
Okay. Supposed to be the beginning stages of the tsunami coming in.
Green Juice Incorporated super chatted $2. Beethoven sucks.
Yeah.
We need a rock block of Bach.
Yeah. I'm going to go back to the piano music I was playing because that's the reason why I use that. Because it's quiet enough to be in the background and not be hard to talk over. And too busy, I love Beethoven, but not everything makes a good backing track to a live stream. All right. So the time has come. Doesn't look like much is changing here at the moment. Is the water going out or anything?
are 4 or 5 hours later at this point. So it definitely takes time for these waves to propagate across the Pacific. And a reminder that it's not just one wave. I think a lot of times we imagine tsunamis being one big wave that comes in and just kind of floods an area, maybe a 20, 30-foot wave. That's not necessarily the case. Certainly you can get waves that big, but really it's more of a storm surge where you get multiple waves of an abnormal height. In Hawaii's case, likely 5 to 10 feet. We saw a wave recorded by a buoy off of Midway Island that was about 7 feet. So that's theoretically what we're going to be looking at in Hawaii over the next several hours. 5 to 10 foot waves. But these waves are inundating. They will wash over beaches. They will wash well inland. That's why it's important to not just be away from the water and off the water, but also to higher ground, because you don't want that water coming up to you, even if you are away from shore.
I don't know how much longer I'm going to stay. It's like not much.
Earlier. That's why so many people were
not much happening here.
Away from the coastline or getting away from the resort or homes or whatever their situation may be. But again, tsunami warning in effect for the next several hours in Hawaii, as tsunami waves will be reaching the Hawaiian Islands anytime now. 7:17 Hawaiian time was the forecast from the Tsunami Warning
17.
Center. We are essentially there, just a few minutes away. So these waves, I'll be honest with you,
11.
actually, I'm thinking maybe these waves are the first round of tsunami waves. They're moving pretty well up the beach there. I don't know, Rachel, my producer in the back, maybe you might agree with this, but certainly the waves do look to be picking up, and starting to wash over the beach there. So
compare this to earlier.
It's there. Text your family, text your friends if they're in Hawaii that they need to be off the beaches, away from the water, sheltering in place somewhere safe, or continuing to move further inland.
Does it look any different to you guys?
Let's take a look at the maps and kind of give you a run through, because I do want to talk about. Excuse me, I do want to talk about Northern California as well. Tsunami warnings across the Hawaiian Islands, and this is all from an earthquake, an 8.8 magnitude earthquake off the eastern coast of Russia several hours ago, and that's what's had this wave propagate across the Pacific and has prompted a bunch of watches and warnings for the Pacific coastlines, not just here in the United States, but on the other side of the Pacific as well. And the reason for this is because of this type of setup here. We have a plate that's overriding another one. It's a subduction
So I guess
zone,
the new time is 2 minutes from now.
What happens is
2 minutes from now. I thought it was 5 minutes ago we were waiting for. Now it's 2 minutes from now. This is Japan, by the way. I have that pulled up just in case, but it don't look like it's too bad there either.
That's what happened earlier today in the form of a magnitude 8.8 earthquake. It pushed that water up above it. That's what generated that tsunami wave. It's different from the December 5th, 2024 tsunami warning we had for Northern California, because
we'll hang out
that
a little longer, see what
happens. The tectonic motion was mostly side to side. There was no up and down motion with that earthquake, unlike the one that we had today off the eastern coast of Russia. That's why we now have tsunami advisories and warnings across the Pacific, including for here in California. We'll zoom in. Tsunami warning for the North Coast.
I don't see that happening.
Cape Mendocino all the way to the Oregon state line. The primary concern here is going to be Del Norte County and...
Doesn't look like it's receding. Looks the same. Like this stream, you know, this is you can go all the way back to like, let's go 2.5 hours ago. Let's see if it looks any different. So this is 2.5 hours ago. Now compare that, like this one doesn't look like it's receding at all at the moment. As you can see the rocks, it's still, you know, yeah. Now this one looks like it might be moving a little more. Go back again. Oh no, it's just the angle changed. No, yeah. Go live again. It looks the same, man. I don't know. I'm not an expert, but it looks exactly the same. 12:17 now. So it's, what, 5 hours behind? 7:17 in Hawaii, and this is when the It's supposed to be happening.
Monterey about 12:15, Port San Luis 12:35, San Francisco
Of course, it's an
12:40, Southern
estimate.
California after about 1 o'clock in the morning. This is the estimated wave heights when they start to arrive. Fort Bragg about 1.25 feet, maybe 1.5 foot waves. Crescent City close to 5 feet though. And
That
this
looks
could
different.
last for up to 30
Maybe it's just me.
hours near Crescent City. That's part of the reason, not just the wave heights, but
Okay.
the duration as well. Looking at 5-foot waves for 30 hours. Monterey less than a foot. Port San Luis about 3.5 feet. San Francisco about a foot as well. Santa Barbara,
Is this
LA,
picking up,
Newport
or is
Beach,
it just me?
La Jolla,
It
and
seems like this
Oceanside,
is
a
picking
foot
up.
or less, essentially across Southern California and the San Francisco Bay Area. So the time now 10:17. Any time now we're expecting to see those tsunami waves pushing into Hawaii, but it is still going to be another couple of hours or so before we see the first waves here in Northern California. We'll be on air and on the ABC 10 Plus app at 11 with late news tonight. I'll have more information there. And then we'll also see you back here at midnight as waves start to push
Focus
into
is
Northern
Hanalei
California.
Bay on Kauai. We still have some daylight out right now to keep a close eye on this. Now, Drew and Ben and Jen as well. As we're looking at these images here, what should our viewers be paying attention to in regards to the water movement and activity?
Sorry, before you guys answer, can we switch over now to this live look at Waikiki where we might be able to detect more changes in the water here, and you can definitely see a clear view of the coastline and definitely empty there. Earlier shots, right, Mark, when you guys began the coverage right after the tsunami warning, the beaches were crowded. You can see that is not the case right now. They heeded the warning. Mayor Rick Blangiardi said if you're anywhere near the coastline, get out.
And I think it's important to note just generally the ocean conditions right now. We do have a small craft advisory. We have strong trade winds. We also have a rising swell on south-facing shores and east-facing shores. We're seeing wave heights expected today at 3 to 5. And this is wave heights alone, waves that you surf, not the tsunami itself. East-facing shores at 2 to 4. So you could kind of see in some of these shots, there does seem to be some disruption, some rip currents that are happening, strong currents that are happening. So very interesting as we look at these live shots, since it's not, it's traveled so many miles to get here so far with the epicenter just off the coast of Russia and giving us that 6-hour window to get here. We are likely going to be seeing on a smaller scale of a tsunami, but still a lot of energy. But it's really hard to predict how the wave direction is going to be impacting some of the spots. But like we were talking about, the shape of Hilo Bay itself historically has caused damage in the past, especially for boats and even along the coastal harbors there. So this is something we're going to have to wait and watch throughout the next couple of hours. The initial wave could be small, but then build up throughout the next couple of hours.
One thing that I'm noticing when we have had tsunamis in the past.
Live picture yet again, though, off the coast of Honolulu. And so remember, we brought you that news from.
And the main part of Hawaii Island, you can see a current that is going in and out. We haven't seen that yet in Hilo, obviously. Right now, here's another live look at Hanalei Bay. And whatever was happening off in the distance might have been a camera artifact. Haven't seen it off in the distance anymore, off at the point, but we are still seeing some currents that that still indicates some sort of activity. The shoreline right now, the water has not receded, but there is, again, as Jen mentioned, the possibility that maybe the first wave, not so big, but again, it's a series of waves. We had in 2011, huge waves start coming in and impact.
That sucks, right? You think it's not going to be a big deal, and it's like, nope, there's going to be more waves. There's nothing right now, but there will be more waves.
4 or 5 hours after the initial waves had hit Oahu, and so we're not in the clear yet. It's not a single wave.
That's true.
It does seem a little heavier
wave,
here.
That might be the most dangerous, and it is a series of waves. That's a great reminder, Ben. And now we want to turn things over to our reporter, Mahealani Richardson.
Yeah, we had mentioned the vessels leaving harbor areas, heading out into the open ocean. We have great video of some of the vessels leaving the ports. Let's send it over to Maheo with some of the images you've captured. Hi, Maheo.
Thanks a lot, Mark and Steph. And of course, if you need to interrupt me at any moment, because we're all keeping an eye on our ports, but I wanted to show you this video that our Casey Lund was shooting from a Kaka'ako high-rise, and it was amazing to see all of the ships evacuating. Now, this is because at about 6:47 this evening, the U.S. Coast Guard ordered the evacuation of all commercial vessels from all commercial harbors in the entire state. So you can see the Coast Guard there was also moving. Several boaters were getting out of the way. I called a boating friend, and he had already gotten the word. In fact, many boaters were not waiting for the U.S. Coast Guard to give this official warning.
Yeah, I don't know.
But everyone just certainly
Should
getting out of the way.
Fucking
There
going? 'Cause
are 9
nothing's
commercial
happening.
harbors on 6 islands. We also saw there was a cruise.
We're like, now we're 6 minutes. They keep changing the time. They said 12:10. You know, my time. 7:10 their time. Nothing happened. 7:15, 7:17, 12:23. It's like, are the ratings just going up and they don't want to say it's not going to be bad anymore? I don't know, man. I don't know. Because I guess it could still be bad, technically. But right now, unless I'm just not seeing what's in front of my eyes, it just, yeah. Or their estimates were off a little bit, and it's going to be another 10 minutes. But, definitely look at your local reports and see what they're telling you. If they're telling you to get to higher ground, definitely get to higher ground. This is a pipeline cam. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's receding. So, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I guess we'll give it a little more time. See what happens. See if anything happens.
Is where is that dispersion of energy with the wave energy, and where will it make its impact? I mean, the best year you can even compare this to was actually number 5 of all time in that same area of Russia, Kamchatka, where you're looking at 1952. So nearly 70 plus years ago would be what you're looking at as an analog year, a reference. Here's over the past 12 hours showing you just how active this has been. The maximum we've talked about 8.8. Look at the aftershocks. The number of aftershocks, 38 of them in just a 12-hour window. So it shows how active this area has been. After that 8.8, the strongest aftershock was a 6.8. That in itself will get your attention. So that's where we stand as of right now. Now let's talk about the impacts that we're anticipating ahead.
Aftershocks?
For Hawaii.
Is that a lot?
We are getting closer and closer to this making its impact. Anywhere around 7:10 to 7:20 local time is when we're expecting those initial impacts. The sirens are going to sound, as you had mentioned, with the governor there. They've actually been ongoing here for hours now. The message has been getting out, and that's a good sign that people are taking this seriously. My concern would be how popular Hawaii is, of course.
Yeah, so we're 8 minutes past the potential wave arrival.
And people not having the messaging. These sirens, I think, took care of that. What we're looking at right now, Hilo, their airport has suspended all activity because they want to be able to use this as a place to disperse emergency crews if there are any impacts on the islands. We have noticed out of Honolulu, Maui, and I know you've been doing a great job showing.
Yeah, some YouTubers can blaze on stream. I can't. They age restrict me all the time, dude. The video I made with Alex Stein, where I got him to smoke at the end, age restricted that one. So I don't take the chance anymore. I'm not Joe Rogan. I can't get away with it for some reason.
Now let's shift our focus to the West Coast. And we look at the lower 48. Everyone along the West Coast is under a tsunami advisory. Right before we started talking, though, there was a update in Northern California. It's very difficult to see, but it's just south of Crescent City in that area. And it includes Crescent City, that's in red. They are actually in a tsunami warning now. They're expecting wave heights to be anywhere from 3 to 5 feet above their tidal impact. And so that's going to be the concern there. I've been fortunate enough to visit this area. They have steep cliffs as a
Crescent City is where I played that clip of the birds leaving.
Funnel in. Think about the energy that's building all across the Pacific, and if it hits it at the right angle, all of that energy gets funneled into the bay, and that's where you have the marinas. That's where you have some possibility to damage to those communities that are along the coast. Elsewhere, we do have that advisory that's in place for the Pacific Northwest. We're looking at 11:40 p.m. local time down throughout California on the northern side, 12:40 a.m. And then 1 a.m. for Southern California, where wave heights, they're expected to be about 1 foot above tidal wave heights. Here's where we stand for the Aleutian Islands in the chain. You're looking at the Alaskan Peninsula. This is these areas. Think about the close proximity to where they were to the epicenter of this. They're under a tsunami warning. We have already seen in spots
but again,
like
even if it's not that big, there's still currents.
I know one of the buoys that they were trying to get more information on was the one in Guam at 657. Ben, do you
Looks
see
like
any,
a green juice.
Green
data
Juice
generated
Incorporated super chatted $2. Vacations back on.
Is that Midway?
Guam.
At the moment,
I don't
yeah,
have
man.
Guam on this list,
Doesn't
but
look
I'll
like it's going to be bad, but
see if I can look it up for you.
it could still be
we do want
bad.
to take a look at
from the way
one of
they're
reasons, of
saying.
course, why we were watching
I don't think you're out of the woods yet.
Closely is because it is kind of the first warning when we get a tsunami coming from the west or northwest like this. Let's actually take a look at some of the observed water levels. If we can bring up graphics 12 or max 2 real quick, you can see this very clearly. This is over it seems like the last 24 hours. The blue line, that's the actual prediction for where the water level was going to be. The water level is in red, and you can see as we're going into today, as the tsunami wave is passing, the tsunami waves, I should rather say, is passing the atoll buoy. You've got this jump up, you've got this jump down, you've got this jump up, you've got this jump down. Again, this is just indicative of how many different waves are going to be potentially moving in. Of course, it looks very different out there. It might look very calm on the camera, but again, Ben and I have been talking about how Hawaii is kind of in a very unique circumstance when it comes to our seafloor, our seafloor topography. Our waters get very deep very, very fast. So when this wave, this column of water is potentially moving in, it is going to grow very fast as it reaches the seafloor and grows quickly towards the coast. We get to the deep ocean pretty quickly here in the island chain. We don't have a continental shelf around us like the rest of the continents do. And of course, on that graphic that we were looking at, you can very clearly see the jump in the buoy.
That wave approaching. So you have to trust what we're seeing out of those buoy measurements when they start to lift, that there's a wave, a wall of energy that's moving underneath the water that's going to be coming in to these coastal communities. And that's our best sense.
It is pretty concerning, the readings. Something's coming.
Looking back about 1952, that would be your best opportunity. What happened out of that earthquake? This could play out again now.
Yeah, I mean, the tsunami detection systems, even since, 10 years ago, are so much better, so much more improved than they were then, that they are now. Steve Bender there with Fox Weather. Thanks so much. I know you guys will be covering this throughout the course of the night.
Yes.
Okay, in the meantime here, I want to go back, though, to some of these posts on social media, including there from President Trump. Let's take this here. Trump saying, due to a massive earthquake that occurred in the Pacific Ocean,
We've lost the Epstein files. The wave washed them away.
watch is in effect for Alaska and the Pacific coast of the United States. Japan is also in the way, saying, please visit for the latest information there. Stay strong and stay safe. Focusing our efforts, though, on Hawaii, Hawaii Governor Josh Green, the Democrat, saying, tsunami warning in effect. I have signed an emergency proclamation, and both the state and county emergency operations centers are fully activated. Please take this situation seriously.
Yeah, this one.
We also have this from the
Something's
Hawaii
coming.
Emergency Management Authority saying all Hawaii Islands, this is a message to them, the all hazard sirens will sound at 6:10 p.m. local time. So that's in about 20 minutes.
Am I not live on this?
Saying Hawaii is
10
in a
minutes
tsunami
behind?
warning. First wave impact, they're
Oh,
predicting.
this already ended. Okay. What was that?
We want to show you
I mean,
the
something-
waves that were just the
something
first waves to
is happening.
arrive on the coast of Japan here. And gentlemen, if you could describe what we are seeing here. This was shortly after the powerful earthquake off the eastern coast of Russia.
Yeah, it looks like I'm going to assume that the ocean is on the right.
Yeah, it's getting dark.
Or it might be a jetty. Oh, there we go. That's a better view. All right, this is basically classic tsunami wave action because it's coming in from the open ocean, and then you can see that very, very disturbed, kind of a wall of water that's coming in and overtaking, for example, the seawall there. You see the smaller waves, those are probably the normal waves that are, just basically every day. But you can see how that big area of white, that white water that pushes in, definitely, that's a tsunami. It's a slightly large one. It's not huge by any means, but it is a tsunami wave because you can see just how much energy that it has basically generated and basically pushing in. And so the waves, the little ones you see on the beach just above, basically in the center there, those are regular waves, but tsunami waves, those are definitely been coming in for Japan. Again, it's a little closer to where the epicenter of this earthquake was. But right now,
again, listen to your local authorities and do what they tell you. But
camera,
it's looking like it's not going to be too bad.
An awful lot. Where we're still seeing a little bit of the current action, and it seems a little bit flat, close to the area. All right. Pacific Tsunami Warning Center is about to hold a press conference with the latest information. Let's go live there with the latest.
Coming in at
this guy
Honolulu
again.
Bay, not so big, maybe about 1.5 feet above normal sea level, and then the signal was dropping to below normal sea level when I left a minute ago. But that's just the first part of the wave, and we know from what we observed at Midway, it was actually the third wave at Midway was the largest. So we've got some time to wait here. At Honolulu, which was the first place it arrived, and of course it is moving down the island chain. So we hadn't seen anything on any other gauges as of yet, but we know it's coming. So we're always hopeful it won't be too bad, but anticipating from our models that yes, we are going to have a significant tsunami going across our islands and arriving on all the coasts. We monitor about 15 sea level gauges across the state, so we will have more reports later, and of course our news channels will also probably be telling us what they're seeing in places where they can safely observe the coast. So please stay out away from the coast. I know you've all evacuated, so continue to stay evacuated. And
first wave expected imminently at Hanalei.
Ultimately,
Tsunami
when
warning.
it's safe to go back, will come from
Hanalei.
the state and county emergency management agencies. And but we've got a ways to go. It's probably going to be several hours before we may even be able to.
I don't know. It does look like it's picking up here.
The warning here in Hawaii to advisory level when waves go down, and probably not at least until tomorrow morning before we're able to completely cancel.
Let me see what I can find.
The warning.
Hanalei.
Right now, most of us are still waiting, and we are waiting to see just how big it is going to get across the state. So stay safe, everyone.
Given that the third wave was the biggest for Midway, are you expecting the same here in the islands of Hawaii? And what's the interval between waves?
So the interval between waves can be 10 to 20 minutes typically, from one wave crest to the next wave crest. And we don't know exactly, that Midway it was the third wave doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the third wave. Here the wave pattern gets very complicated as the wave crosses the state because those tsunami waves reflect off of islands, and they wrap around islands, and they interact with each other. So at every location it can be a different wave. But the threat will definitely go on for several hours.
Dr. McCurry, if you could kind of encapsulate everything again with regards to what are you looking for right now? I know you said we're still not clear, but what are the specific elements that you are really tracking to see what's that next data point that you can release?
So we're pretty much done with forecasting the tsunami at this point. We are just reacting. So, of course, our center has responsibilities across the whole Pacific. So.
Another shot of the earthquake in Russia.
Охуеть! Нихуя! Иди сюда!
This is the earthquake in Kamchatka, Russia.
А не видно, как трясется. Марина! Марина, выходи! Ого! Твою мать! Вот это да! Откуда летит? Блядь! Все 10! Офигеть! Окна слетели аж. Ни хрена себе! Все трясется.
The best place to be is outside in an open field, it seems like. Yeah, being outside is the best thing. I mean, the last place you want to be is inside an old fucking rickety building.
10. Now here we are, and we're more in the reaction phase, but can you revisit that prediction of up to 10 foot?
Yeah, sure. So the main thing we use to constrain our models are these deep ocean gauges.
There's always
that we
somebody.
support in the Northwest Pacific. Well, we support them all across the Pacific, but the ones for this
He got rid of his phone.
West Pacific, and
It's like, you know what?
they're out in deep water.
I'm tired of this
They
phone.
measure the
The only guy that
without,
doesn't know there's a tsunami coming.
interference
I'm sure he
from
knows.
reflections on the coast, which you have with a normal tide gauge that's in a harbor. And so our models try to match the signals that are seen on those deep ocean gauges, and if we can match them, then we know we've created the right kind of wave. And so, of course, in the beginning, we only have a reading on one gauge, and later on it's 2, 3, 4 gauges. And so we keep iterating with these models.
This is Japan, by the
Even
way.
from the get-go, from the very beginning, the forecast was pretty consistent, even with more of this data telling us that, yeah, Hawaii had this threat. And for the coastline in Hawaii, there's another part of this model that actually brings the synthetic wave up.
Yeah, clearly not much is happening. People still trying to use Oprah's private road.
Look at this. I think they're trying to open Oprah's road.
Oprah don't give a fuck how many people die. You're not going on her property.
Come on, Oprah. Save us. Road to all the way up country, bro. All the way up country. She got it all to herself. And everybody trying to get in. Cops trying to open it. Nope. Still closed. Man. She got her own road from Wailea.
Well, she's rich as fuck, bro. Water rapidly receding at Hanalei Bay on Kauai, Hawaii. Did we miss that? We're fucking... I'm pretty sure that was this one. Is it rapidly receding? Does that look like it's rapidly receding to you guys? I don't know, man. I guess this is the old line right here, so I guess it is receding. See what we got here. So they said the first wave expected
safe,
imminently. Pipeline cam.
And that was Dr. Chip McCreary from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center saying, again, they are done predicting this event. It is actually happening right now. And during that press conference, Mark and Drew and Ben, we were actually monitoring this live shot of Hanalei Bay and actually seeing signs that the waters were receding and at times even parts of the reef were exposed.
So this is in Northern California. Oh, this is Los Angeles County Sheriff Department. Boy, oh boy. It's raining over here now.
But now looking at it, it might have been the reef getting exposed there, and then the water is now coming back in. But we do have, you know, just an indication that some kind of tsunami wave may have occurred or may have arrived in Honolulu. It's not just, it's not that big. You know, it's just not huge. But then again, remember, even if you don't have the size and height on the surface, this energy goes all the way down to the bottom of the ocean, wherever it may be, and is still capable of causing currents. And we're seeing a bit of that right now because it's a little bit flatter close to the shore, and then you can see those tendrils of currents that are heading out those areas of flatter water that kind of snake out into the further distance there. So it might not be huge, it might not be, you know, something that looks extremely destructive, but just from looking at the ocean and the way the ocean looks, there is something happening out there right now. But as Chip McCreary from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center said, this could still be several hours, as we've been saying this evening.
Okay.
It's just the first wave. It's not going to be the
I
whole,
can't wait forever
you know, I mean,
for something to happen
It's
here.
not going to be one and done. It's going to be an event where we're
gonna
going to
keep pushing the fucking ball down the road.
30 minutes, possibly for the next several hours.
And it does appear that, you know, from when we first started taking this cam at 7:10, about a half an hour ago, that you can see more movement in this camera. And when you are speaking of an event like this, when you're seeing any types of movement in the current, that can speak to the strength and power.
It does seem to be
Drew
moving
Davis,
kind
you're
of
looking
fast.
very closely at the cams as well. What are you noticing on your end?
Like you mentioned, Mark, we are seeing some strong currents. It's a mixture of water going
We'll give it another
out.
15 minutes
Ben
at
mentioned
least.
that
I'm gonna
we
go pee, though.
were
I'll be right
able to
back.
see some of the reef exposed, potentially even pretty far out, closer to that point that you see far off in the distance. And just taking a wide view, if you kind of look at you can see the currents in the water right now, actually. If you look at the water and look at the sunlight, you can actually see the water pushing in towards the coastline right now. So the reflective water, you can kind of see that current pushing in ever so slightly. Again, we are watching for multiple waves here, and off in the distance, the sun is setting, and it even seems like we have one person out there.
Yeah, that's what I was
foiling.
going to say. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
It looks like one person paddling in the water right now on a stand-up paddleboard.
And, you know, I mean, the state officials said that they have rescue teams activated and ready to go, but, you know, in an event like this, they are not going to be putting their lives in danger and responding to save you. So
Basically, you're on your own at this point.
Yeah.
So if you have not heeded the evacuations, if you are going into the water, despite the fact that you've been told not to do so, you're going to be putting first responders at risk if they choose to go out and get you. Many times, because of the possible severity of the tsunami waves that will be coming in, they might not. They might want to keep themselves safe. They're not going to put their lives in danger just because you did. So we are seeing someone in this cam who's out paddleboarding, but really ought not to be doing that.
yeah, we're also getting reports now of the water receding over on Oahu's north shore as well. We're talking about Haleiwa. We're just seeing that coming in from one of our reporters.
Everywhere something's happening is
one of
something
the
we don't have a
hotspots
cam
that Chip
on.
McCreary had mentioned, right? They're keeping a close eye on Honolulu right now and Haleiwa at the preliminary stages of this tsunami event. Our chief meteorologist, Jennifer Robbins, is standing by as well, looking at what we're seeing in terms of any sort of tidal movement, what we're seeing with the currents.
I see shit
what
on
are you
this one
noticing on
anymore.
your end? What we're witnessing here, is this kind of typical? We should
That's some
expect in
crazy
this type of
exposure on the camera for the
Very
raindrops to look
interesting
like
to
that,
watch
huh?
all of the
Super chatted
elements
$2.
come together
At
right
least it's
now,
not a
and it's
false
unfolding
nuclear
before our
missile alarm.
eyes. And
Oh,
I really
nothing
do
worse
think,
than
like
that
we were
one.
talking about in the press
Yeah,
conference,
you got a good point
that
there, bro.
the initial
Thank
wave
you for
is
the
much
two.
smaller, and then we could see that build
Yes,
up
I washed
within the
my hands,
next
K-Mac.
couple
Stop
of hours.
saying I
We
didn't
can
wash my
actually
hands.
see the direction
It's
of
rude.
these currents. There is a little bit of stirring up that's going on where it is coming in different directions there. So this current is becoming more strong, and it is becoming a little bit more unpredictable, and that's why, like, this
It does look like it's a little
gentleman
stronger here, but
Wahine that's in the water
Whoever's
right
in
now.
there.
It's just too early to say if the waves are coming our way, and they're going to be coming in
It's too
waves.
early to
We're talking
say.
about not just one big wave. We're going to have wave after wave.
I'm going to go to bed and then the tsunami's going to hit. Watch.
And historically speaking, because Hanalei is a place that we do have been impacted by tsunami waves. We've seen that along the north and east shores of the western end of the state, and along the north shores of Maui County, and then along Hilo, there historically have seen big significant tsunamis that have impacted them. So it does take time for all of this to build in, and like we're talking about, it's going to be a waiting game right now, and we'll have to be patient and just until we get that all clear to stay out of the water.
I'm going to bring your attention, though, just to about the middle of the screen. You can see the water, the current is moving from left to right. That is water leaving. That's what it looks like, water leaving. And you can see the waves that are rippling just behind that. Those are not incoming waves. Those are waves that are flowing over the reef and heading out. And then just in the foreground, ahead of the water that is moving from left to right on your screen, we can see more rocks that are being exposed right now.
I can see it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's definitely receding.
A little bit more now.
If we had a side-by-side picture of what we were witnessing an hour before this, definitely looked very...
We're talking
yeah,
about
look at that.
way
This is
off
what
in
it
the
was
distance
before.
there.
Yeah.
Right
Oh,
on
yeah.
the middle of your screen.
This
right
is
at that
37
point.
minutes ago. Now look where it is now.
Like if this were more of a daytime
It's definitely
shot,
receding.
Usually what we see when we take this camera for our weathercasts, you know, it's basically water. It's beach. But then now I'm almost
I might have to
wondering
get something to
if
eat. I'm
that's not
fucking
only
hungry.
reach. I'm wondering if that's
Wasn't expecting
sand,
to be on for 4 hours.
that may be exposed
Some
there.
lava rock along the bay.
Actually, just look where the palm trees are. You can see where the palm trees are. Sand is starting to get exposed there.
Yeah, you can very clearly see the sand, the rocks. Of course, this is the big sign that the wave is growing. It's growing as it's approaching the shoreline. I'm trying to find where that person was.
You barely see anything on this camera
foiling,
anymore.
Whether they were paddleboarding, were they impacted by the water receding out?
Yeah, it's really
Don't
hard
know.
to
They're
see.
gone
It's
now.
getting darker.
They're on
by
their
the
way to
minute
California.
Right now. And the water is a place not to be, of course, when you see how unpredictable the water is, and especially with the strong currents that accompany a tsunami.
Yeah, in fact, look, I can tell now, that's sand now. There's a lot of sand exposed there. And so you see the waves just off in the distance, but a lot of the beach, a lot of Hanalei Bay, the sand, even as you look to your left, to the left side of the screen, looks like more sand, looks like more of the reef, more of the rocks. It looks like the beach has receded probably about 100 feet.
Do we know how many buoys are in the area?
It doesn't look like it's...
not that many. I don't think
weird,
there's
'cause you
any
got it
buoys
coming
there.
in
The
here,
one,
but then-
that we do have, Jen's going to go take a look real quick.
I
but-
do remember while listening into that news conference from Dr. Chip McCrary, he says that they are monitoring 15 sea level gauges across the state as this event is happening to get more data, saying that it's going to be several hours before.
You can't see it, but here's the water here. It's clearly raining.
To an advisory when the waves go
Can't see shit.
down,
This
and it
this
won't
one
be
used to
until
look
at
like
least
this.
tomorrow morning, when possibly that
Now it
morning
looks
is
like
canceled altogether.
this.
But yes.
Steph, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it seems like the water might be rushing back in ever so slightly. You can see some waves forming, and some of the sand that was previously exposed is getting covered up. You can see those ripples right in the center of your screen. Luckily, we still have a little bit of daylight over near Hanalei Bay compared to our other tower cams. It seems like some water might be rushing in, but still a lot of sand exposed out there.
Yeah, when it goes dark, you're not even going to be able to see it.
More than 40 minutes after the estimated arrival of the first waves in Hanalei Bay.
Got a little bit of light coming through.
So these changes right now unfolding as we speak, and we're keeping a close eye on it. Any other observations there, Jen?
It's just really interesting to think about how much energy has moved across the ocean. With the tsunami wave, the initial surge of energy moving at 500 miles per hour across the ocean. And the wave direction really will tell a big story of what kind of wave we get. Like we were talking about, it's going across open waters. It has to cross multiple islands, atolls as well before it arrives here. So that's going to impact those initial waves. And then now we're starting to see that surge of energy that comes through. So this is likely the second or third wave, like we were talking about, out of this whole tsunami event.
Yeah, and from our reporter out on the North Shore, also reporting earlier that the water was receding and now saying that the tide is returning and coming back. So we are also seeing these changes as well on our shores here on Oahu.
Yeah, and this is going to be an hours-long event. As the forecasters have been telling us, this is not a single wave. They've been telling us throughout this waiting period, this is going to be taking place over the course of several hours right now. Jen, you said it best. We are watching this unfold before our very eyes right now. We're going to be staying on this cam at Hanalei Bay, which is the first site of activity following this tsunami warning. We're also keeping close tabs right now on what is happening up and down the island chain. But, I mean, the way that forecasters were able to pinpoint down kind of this timetable here from when the earthquake initially struck, I mean, it seems to be right on line with what we're seeing here, and the activity really lines up.
Yeah, you know, speaking of activity, guys, sorry, we just want to take another live look at a camera that has just become available for us.
Another vantage point of
Hanalei Bay. So, pardon, sometimes the live shot there does freeze, but at least this gives us an idea. I know a viewer sent in a screenshot of the changes that were taking place of the water receding earlier. Of course, this is a live look right now.
That was this one.
Seeing the water lapping over the shoreline there. Another vantage point of Hanalei Bay.
It's hard to tell from this vantage point, but you know, we'd have to see if there's any receding water that happened before this.
Totally fucking dark.
There looks like there's a little bit of a debris line, not that big. So that would be above the heart. That would be like the line of little tree limbs and so forth. We're going to try and stay on this shot as long as we can, just because we can. But of course, it's going to get dark, and once that happens, we won't be able to monitor this, but the waves will
fucking hate searching X. It sucks.
Waikiki, a little bit better lit. We have crews that are out and about.
3 hours ago, that's what I want. I want something from 3 hours ago.
That includes Kahului, Dylan and Chetta's up on Maui. Right now, it looks like things have stabilized, but once again, the difference between waves, the time difference between waves can be 20 to 30 minutes. And so what we saw just a moment ago where the water was going out and receding out of Hanalei Bay and then coming back in, maybe not that big, but if we do get another episode of receding water while there's still some daylight to play with, we might be able to see that maybe in about 10, 15 minutes or thereabouts.
Typically, how many waves do you expect in an event like this?
Hard to say.
Yeah.
Very
you
hard
got the
to
night
say
vision
because,
on this
again,
one.
it depends on how the earthquake basically acted, what kind of earthquake it was. And so, you know, if there was a lot of shaking, then maybe there's a lot more waves. It was just one thrust, which it normally isn't, then, well, you're kind of stuck with a bunch of waves, you know? So basically, as Dr. McCreary said, this could be a case where we could be going on well into the night, and the first wave may not be the biggest one. It could be some of the successive waves that come after it.
I mean, if you remember, Ben, the 2011 tsunami, I mean, that we weren't expected to feel the effects and see the first waves until...
Gonna need some night vision cameras, guys.
And the all
We're
clear
gonna see
wasn't
anything.
given until hours after that, and we were still waiting to see the effects. I remember it was a long period of waiting, but the damage was significant. Even though the waves looked small, you cannot see visibly just the power and the force of that rushing water.
The surge coming in.
That is what caused all of the damage to the piers, to the boats, the boaters who weren't able to leave in time.
Yeah, that's why we're talking about the boats having to leave when they can, and the Coast Guard saying evacuate.
They're just trying to fill air,
take your
JCD.
vessels
They're
out
trying to fill
open
up air.
water at least 300
Just keep
feet
talking.
deep, so that you can avoid the surge. That's basically what it is, and we have been repeating it often. It's not a surface
looks like the
wave.
rain
It's
stopped
just
here.
basically the energy that goes all the way from the ocean surface down to the bottom. And so you're going to get strong currents, and as
Looks like
again,
orbs.
it gets into shallower water, it's going to go not only higher, but it's also going to get wider. And so you're going to have an area of strong currents.
See, this one,
that
there's
are
no
gonna
way this is
impact.
live. I
They're
mean,
going to swirl around. They're going to do strange things that
there's
as
no way
they interact
this
with
is
the reefs.
what's going
and they
on with this
interact
one.
with
Is
the
it
bottom of the
1400
ocean.
hours?
Just so that you could illustrate it more,
the only
Jen,
place
you
there's
could
still
talk
sunlight
about
in
the
Hawaii?
power of these waves. I mean, the governor said it as well. well, I mean, it's not the height of it, but he may be saying it's 3 feet, but it's strong enough to move a house or a car.
And we're talking about the
awaiting the first
motion
wave
in all of this. And it was moving at once speeds of 500 to 550 miles per hour. And then once it reaches more shallow waters, it does slow down to speeds about 30 miles per hour. But it's that forward momentum that gets it going. And like Ben was talking about, spreading exponentially and widening as it does. And that's why this is wraparound energy. It's not like one side of the island is protected and the other side is not. This is going to be a whole statewide event as it wraps around, and then as it interacts with our topography, with our outer reefs, with our inner reefs, then we will see what kind of wave that it's going to be facing into the next couple of hours. So very interesting to see the dynamics of all of this come together.
Yeah,
a lot of numerical models are put together to predict the wave speed and arrival times.
They're from like 2 p.m. local time, 1400?
They did a great job with the arrival times with this one, because we have been seeing activity since the 7 o'clock hour.
It's almost like trying to predict what a hurricane can do. We're starting to get pretty good at predicting where it's going to go, but the intensity, like how strong a hurricane is, that is still pretty much up to the hurricane, where Mother Nature decides. Same thing with the tsunami is happening here, where
this is the
we
same
haven't
one,
been able to reasonably predict when it's going to arrive. But as far as how big the waves are going to get, a couple of reasons why, again, we don't really have a definite concrete answer. We cannot tell you for sure. We have been saying like 3 to 9 feet or thereabouts, but we're not sure. It's something that we just have to be prepared for. If it happens,
I'm gonna have to get some food.
If it doesn't happen, just give a good sigh of relief. We were
this one looks like it's from earlier in the day, because it's 14:56.
And that is our job, to make sure that you are prepared.
So that looks like 2 p.m. Hawaiian time.
We have our crews spread out all across
Got
the
a
island
timer
to,
on there.
Cover this
I think it's just from like,
we actually want to take a live shot now.
5, 6, 8 hours. 6, 7 hours ago?
Granola Grin super chatted $2 for the late night stream Tsunami Stakeout snack.
Yeah, I'm going to have to cook something.
We're trying
it's
to
too
light
late to
up
go
this
out.
area as best as we can with our light, of course.
We've received reports that water was receding in the area. We also have a clip of, you can show you more in better light of kind of what exactly was happening. Here's that shot right now, as we're just trying to keep tabs on how this timeline matches up with what was happening at Hanalei. This is happening in Haleiwa as well. You just look at the activity, what's happening with the coastline here.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know how long I should keep fucking watching this, guys.
So, this is back out live.
Now, if I'm just waiting for something to happen, I could be here all night and nothing fucking
We're trying to get
happens.
the best vantage point we can as possible in this.
It seems calm as far as you can see. Just, from looking at it right now, you can't really see much, Ben or Jen.
Yeah. But the water has receded. It looks like a lot of like wet sand that's in the foreground. So that was water, or that was sand that was underwater. You can see a water line on that rock there. That's probably where the water was just a few minutes ago. And so we are seeing the water recede. You can see the Rainbow Bridge.
Well, whoever's filming that probably should leave.
And so that gives you a little bit of
if the water's receding there.
What's going on.
That's a shot at North Shore right now. We also have a live Waikiki cam. Fortunately, there's good lighting on this cam here, so it gives us a better sense of what we're going to be seeing over the next several hours or so.
And you can also see some wet sand where the water's pushed up over the shoreline as well, Ben and Jen.
Yeah, there's that area to the bottom of the pier. That's a very gentle slope. That's a very gentle way to get into the ocean as far as the slope. So there's nothing particularly deep. You can go out several feet and you'll still be like in waist-high water. And so the run-up can go farther because it's a gentler slope. On the other side, the Fort DeRusi side, it's a little bit steeper on that side, but you can definitely tell that there has been some water run-up, and also maybe it's either a run-up or the water has receded at this point. But I think, judging from where the beginning of the pier is, at least on the sand, the wet sand that you see there was a run-up. So that is because usually that path to the pier is usually pretty dry. And so if you've got the water running up that high, that means we did have something, and maybe more again could be on the way.
We want to pull up the Hanalei cam, but let's call for that one that was showing us a different vantage point, because we won't be able to really gather much. Yeah, we're trying to gather a different shot right here that provides a much more different view of Hanalei. Gives you that look at the coastline.
Yeah, and while we're taking a look at this, we just did get word from state officials that the next press conference to give us an update on what they are seeing and what the state has experienced is coming in at 8:20. So of course we'll bring that to you live as it comes. But as far as I can see here, it's really hard to make out any movements in the water, just the squall in the background, of course.
Yeah, this is Japan. The passing showers and the trade winds, and we do have a few swells moving through as well, coming in from the south and also the east. We're seeing some...
I mean, the fact that we're seeing some water receding is making me want to stay a little longer because if we're getting water, but like the receding doesn't seem to be very much. Doesn't seem to be a lot. So
Ben Stevens super chatted $10. Don't quit on me now. Tsunami slows down from 450 miles per hour to 40 miles per hour.
Well, the water receding is making me stay, Ben, because if the water's receding, then something's coming, but I don't know how much the water is supposed to recede. Doesn't seem like it's very much right now. I'll stay a little longer, Ben, but yeah, I'm gonna have to find something to snack on. Okay, yeah, they turned this cam off because he just can't see anything anymore.
Water's been reaching the heart and maybe mud washed over it for all I can tell. It's not the best quality picture. And also, this is probably that squall that we saw off in the distance in the earlier Hanalei Bay cam. But probably a combination of a little bit of rain, but also the fact that
thanks for the super chat, Ben. I appreciate the support, bro.
A little bit higher now than we saw a little bit earlier when there was still adequate daylight. The debris line has moved up a little bit further, and so there's that squall line off.
This is when I need a wife. Again, this is really when I need a wife.
Lack
to bring me some food right now.
Daylight, it's pretty much gone. We're seeing the last bits of dusk here, so it's going to be harder and harder to tell. So we're going to be looking at some of the other cameras that have better lighting.
Any ladies out there want to bring me some food? I will marry you for the night.
Continues to move down the island
Just cook me some food.
And so we're expecting, like, for example, Hawaii Island, maybe to get some action. We should be able to see it a little bit better as we get to, say, for example, Coconut Island. This is the shot now. The water is very calm
super
there.
chatted $1.99. It's the Epstein files all over again.
This is the fucking ICE protests all over again. Which, by the way, Veli Ray was out there again last night. It was a great stream. Veli Ray was out there in Portland. So if you want to watch some more of the Portland shenanigans, go watch Veli Ray's stream from last night. All the usual shit happens, you know. They surround him. He threatens to fight him. He tells them how he's a local. And then we might have to pull up a little bit of it.
We haven't been seeing too many impacts over at Hanalei.
It was good.
But this is a chart from the NOAA buoy.
Most underrated channel on YouTube,
Again,
Veli
we
Ray.
have been seeing some of the wave.
Well, I had things in here I forgot to react to.
2 feet above the water level at that time. Again, we are seeing high tide right around now for most of the state, and it drops down very quickly to below 1 foot below the normal water level, so about half a foot below zero. Again, we are seeing
Veli Ray was back out there again last night.
Tsunami wave.
He's a legend, bro.
And again,
Veli Ray, you got to follow him.
And it's
I'm
been
telling
the
you.
message all afternoon.
It's great content.
This is not a one-wave event. We've seen the receding in Hanalei so far, and we've seen the water come back.
This is the deal.
Continue to see
This is the guy that kept falling. Remember the guy that kept falling? He's back too.
It'll be harder to really take a look at, but this is proof that we are seeing some of the impacts.
Yeah, so something's happening, man.
That we have so far.
All right, guys, I just got a text message from Robert Ballard from the National Weather Service, and he said the latest tsunami warning siren bulletin says 4-foot amplitude at Haleiwa, so that's 1.2 meters. So 4-foot amplitude was the latest reading that they got in Haleiwa.
And basically amplitude is like trough to crest, if I'm not mistaken. And so that's quite a bit. And we did get confirmation that the water line in that earlier live shot that we got from Haleiwa, that's where the water was. And so there was definitely a good receding of water at the Haleiwa. That looked like Ali'i Beach. I'm pretty sure that's the shoreline right at Ali'i Beach. And so the water did go down about 2 feet. Maybe it's not rushing back, but we are seeing the changes in tidal levels because of the tsunami. And again, as we're watching this live look near Dukahamoku Beach and close to the lagoon there, waves
I'll
are
have to
coming in
save
as
this for
normal,
another
but you
night.
definitely see
But if you want to
what's
watch it, go
a
watch it.
high
It's great.
water line that did come
Go
in a little
support
bit
Valley
earlier,
Ray.
and we're just awaiting possibly the next Receding Water episode, and then another wave coming in right behind that.
And Ben,
I don't know how much longer he's going to be alive if he keeps going out there and antagonizing the Antifas
because the
of the
event
world.
is here, and right now we're in the thick of it based off of the measurements that are coming in. What can we say about Hawaii's underwater topography and its impact on the surges that are coming in?
Well, it kind of depends on where you are. Like, for example,
It's hard to watch a
I believe
tsunami
it's
when
pretty
there's
shallow.
no light to even see it.
Waimea Bay, it is shallower and possibly, but you will get a little bit more run up there. A good example, however, years ago, I remember there were people looking at Makapu'u.
It looks like this is
Makapu'u,
coming
not
in
that
a little
deep.
bit.
So if it was a big tsunami, we would see water just basically Makapu'u emptying out. And then coming back in. That would be possibly in a worst case scenario tsunami. But those areas where there's a gentle slope underneath the water coming in, basically that spells trouble. If it is a little bit more abrupt, shall we say, like if there's cliffs like the Nepali coastline, some of those areas, the Kaiwi coastline, even for example.
Because I think what he's saying is that the amount that was receding doesn't look like it's that big of a deal. But I don't know, man.
Full slope like Makapu'u.
It's looking like
shallower. After
it's not going to be that bad, to be honest.
The deeper water, and you start hitting that area. Even Hanamo Bay could also see some higher water because you get the reef. It's a little bit deeper there, and it hits the reef, and then it'll start pushing over.
So it's been almost an hour since the first predicted waves arrived at Hanalei Bay as we take this live look, and we are expecting an update from state officials at 8:20. And until then, I guess Ben, Drew, and Jen, what kinds of data are you going to be listening in for with this?
I think it's going to be fine,
update?
guys.
Thank you, Steph. Again, what we're watching now, like you mentioned, we're in the thick of it, and we are watching the buoys. We're seeing several of the buoys reporting that we're seeing amplitudes of 2 feet, a much larger changes in the sea level right out there. Again, we took a look at the Nawili Willie buoy just a little while ago and the Hanalei buoy. So we are seeing changes out there. And again, this isn't just one wave. Potentially the initial estimation was around 7:17 p.m. So it's been a little under an hour since that's happening. We've been watching very closely. We've seen water recede, but we're watching the buoys now. The first wave may not be the biggest. It could be the second or third wave. We've seen water recede.
I'm not going to be here to be all night.
Receded in Hanalei pretty quickly.
It's not that bad.
Came back in.
Well, because the water's receding, Ben, I'm thinking something might happen.
When the water came back in, it looked kind of.
It's the reason I'm still here. If there wasn't like the water receding, I'd be like, okay.
Energy
but with the water receding,
it's
I'm
not
like,
just the surface, and so the concern
something
that
should
we
be
have
coming.
Once more, the
but
currents
how long?
And Steph, as you were talking about earlier, we're talking about the currents that can cause damage over at La Mariana Harbor. That's when we saw boats getting pulled from their moorings,
But then also you
crashing
can't
into the
see anything
piers,
anyway,
crashing into
right?
each other, those sorts of things, and so
That'd
that is still a danger.
You
and
can't
you definitely
see
don't want to be
anything at
caught
all.
in that particular energy because
I'm gonna close
if
this
you've
one.
ever been in a rip current, and I hope you never have, you get caught in it. This is going to be like a whole bunch of different.
I mean, something
currents
might be
that
coming. So if
basically
you're
is
going to
stirring
stay up,
the
I would,
water.
I would
And you
suggest
asked
there's
earlier,
plenty of
Mark,
other
about
streams to watch
the behavior
that are following
underneath.
this.
Like if you go to
But yeah, I'm gonna have to
Pipeline
call it
right
because
now,
I got to get
probably
something
there's
to
going
eat.
to be water
I
all
can't stay
behind
here all
you at the
night
moment, just
with the
all over the
possibility.
place.
There are other
Currents
channels
gonna
that do
be
this shit better
going
than me.
in
You got
every which way,
Novicity,
and so it's a very dangerous
Agenda
time to
Free
be
TV,
in
is
the
he still
water,
on?
but also on the
Agenda Free
shoreline,
TV?
and
He's
also
usually covering
along
this shit.
channels, rivers, streams.
Yeah, go
those
check out
areas,
Agenda
because
Free
you can still
TV.
have energy
If we
that's
had
going to be
a
coming
Go
in
rate his
through
channel
the
if you're still
rivers, and
interested in
so
watching
just
this.
stay a
Go
good
in there
distance.
and
We're seeing about
tell him
100
Pink Trip
feet,
sent you,
just
even though
in
no one
case.
will care.
That's good.
And like you mentioned,
I'm not a
on the
tsunami
Hanalei
expert
camp,
either, Ben.
when we were
I have
watching
no
the
clue,
water
brother.
recede,
I have no
there
clue.
was very
But it looks like when you
different
see
movement
this,
in
it's
the
like,
currents
okay,
right before the water receded.
it
you
tells
see
me
water
there's,
moving out,
something
moving in.
happening.
So again, strong currents being created by these
And then you see a
tsunamis.
little bit of
and just
the water receding, and then you go, okay, the water's receding. Maybe someone's coming. But no one's coming. Nothing's coming as of yet. It could still come. So yeah, watch Agenda Free TV.
Philly, which we've been looking at, 8
Look
feet.
at him. You guys say I do the no. Agenda Free TV is better than me. He's got a whole crew pulling shit up and catching everything going on. I don't get that. So yeah, go check out Agenda Free TV. Go tell him I said hello, and we'll see you tomorrow. And hopefully tomorrow we'll find out that there was no bad tsunami and everybody's okay. That'll be the good news. Hopefully, but if you're in one of these areas, do whatever the local warnings are telling you to do. If they're telling you to get to higher ground, get to higher ground. Don't take a chance. All right, everybody. Thank you very much. Been fun. Had a interesting show. A tsunami show, for lack of a better term. And yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Take care, everybody.